Leaving behind a pile of sawdust, comes past umpire Hartley and bowls wide of the off stump, and plenty of width offered for Robin Dass, who cuts this away for 4. Nice looking shot. Lord in again bowls, and this one's chipped up in the air. Can he get there? He can! The captain takes the catch and Elgar's gone, and Rob Lord celebrates the first wicket here at Chelmsford, just his second first-class wicket. It was nicely judged by Asiba Mead, who that innings, I'm sure, as Fletcher comes in to bowl to him, cut away for 4, and that went very quickly past Liam Patterson-White, and Liam said he couldn't see it here on the ground. Part of the Notts squad. Next one is cut away. That'll be more runs for Robin Dass. This one was to the right of Liam Patterson-White, and that's gone for 4. And bowls to Tom Westley. Whips this away for 4. Isn't it always the way? It's a nice shot, actually. Good firm shot. It smacked. 3 overstep incidents. James bowls again. Nicked. Oh, that's a good catch. As James bowls, this is a nice push through the offside. That'll go for 4 by Matt Critchley. Wesley's had a rather more turbulent start, but just tickles this fine down the leg side for 4 to end the over. As Lyndon James bowls now, that's a lovely shot straight down the ground for 4 on the previous over.
And is ready to go once again. Fletcher in to Critchley, who goes to leave it, and he's been bowled. This one jags back. We've seen that movement from Fletcher, and well, Critchley unfortunately has misjudged this one.
Begins a new over from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and that's edge for 4, and it was just beyond the dive of third slip. Here is Lord in bowls, and this time contact is made with the pull shot. It's gone square, and it's gone for 4. Nicely picked up by Benkenstein. Lord in, bowls to Benkenstein. Oh, that's a good delivery, and he's out. Caught behind, and the score now, from Essex's point of view, slumps to 86 for 4.
6 runs against him. He's in again and bowls, and that's another boundary, and a little example of what I was talking about there. Tom Westley, 101 for 4. James in again, and once more clipped off his pads, and this will go to the fence. That was a better bit of timing from
this was his base as Ahmed's in bowls. Now that ball's hit in the air, but back over the bowler's head just for a moment.
You need to get in the right pace. Another lovely shot down the ground for 4 by Wesley. Thought for a moment Lyndon James was going to be spared. Very deliberately stands at the end of his short mark and then runs in again, tosses it up, and Wesley will get his 50th run, working this on the leg side. Will then put in, they're 88 for 3 currently against Durham. This one's cut into the offside. Nice looking shot from Walter. Was just looking for the boundary rider just to come round and throw the ball back. You become an LBW candidate if you're standing right in front of your sticks.
Round the wicket again comes Ahmed, and this one's pushed off the back foot. That's going to go all the way down towards the boundary, and quite a few of them loosening up at the moment, or they're just trying to keep warm as in comes Ahmed. This one's tossed up, and Walter's got everything on it, and this is up and over down the ground, and it's signalled 4 towards the scorers.
As the light does dip again, is in and bowls to Walter. Walter edgily has found a gap past second slip, and it's gone for 4. So 166 for 4.
James to Wesley, full delivery, and this one's flicked off the pads and it's going all the way down towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it goes all the way into the advertising hoarding.
Good evening everybody, as Rob Lord is in bowling, and Paul Walter has got a little bit fortunate there. He's thrown the kitchen sink at that, and it's in terms of time as Walter pulls this away for 4 more. Short from Rob Lord is just trying to test the middle of the pitch, see if he can get it up there.
So slow left arm over the wicket, bowls to Walter, who clobbers him for 4, and it was slightly uppish but not to matter between bowler and mid-off. Patterson-White in again, bowls, and Walter this time has hit it in the air back over the bowler's head all the way for 6 as it clonks in.
You can't play any longer because we're not going to get all this 18 in. Again, Walter swings the bat away onto the leg side and gets a boundary. Court and Bold was going to come into play. Walter's on 72 still. And now he heaves at this one. Where's it gone? Straight up in the air, and Farn's got his wicket. Liam Patterson-White with the catch, and Paul Walter, oh, he just got a little bit frustrated there, and he's gone after one. And
from umpire Hartley, yes. Wesley this time. Al Shai comes in, and
that's it.
It's five, gone for 4 overthrows, and Wesley, rather like when Sir Alistair Cook made that 100 at the Oval in 2018 in his final Test match. Good partnership though, 142 for Essex's 6th wicket, and here there will be more runs as it's swept away. Not entirely sure that's quite where Wesley intended it to go.
Playing club cricket down in Devon and in Instow for the North Devon club, the club that 2 Overtons, and of course the dear old.
And Farhan Ahmed will bowl it to Michael Pepper, and Pepper's gone for the big hit here. That's 6 for anybody's money, and about the second 6 of the day, I think. In comes Ahmed to bowl to Pepper. Defensively, back to the bowler. That is it. Time, gentlemen, please. Essex close on 262 for 5 and.
Well, Tom, congratulations. I think is the order of the day. How does it feel to notch your first century of the season?
Yeah, obviously I'd like to have come a bit earlier on in the season, but it's always a special moment to get 100. Probably not the greatest way to get there, nearly running Pep's out, but 5 runs helped. So, no, it's obviously pleasing. I think we're in a decent position. Be nice to maybe be 1 wicket less down, but I think losing the toss and being put in to be 260 odd at closes is a decent effort.
Yeah, you talked about the position there. The fight back was especially important, considering the position we were in before. The partnership between yourself and Paul, quite important.
Yeah, I thought Paulie batted superbly, and I think he'll be frustrated that he probably left a few out there himself. But the way that he came out with a positive mindset, and that's the way he's sort of gone about his cricket a little bit this year. It really kicked us on, which was what was needed. So, yeah, crucial partnership, and shame it couldn't have been a little bit more.
How about the conditions as well? Obviously, the frequent interruptions. Obviously, you're quite experienced. Have you got a way to kind of overcome those?
No, it just is what it is. I think in September, when it's cloudy, there's going to be a little bit of bad light issues, and we're on and off for rain. So yeah, it's not ideal, but then it's obviously probably not ideal for the bowlers as well, having to start up, spells every 10-15 minutes. So yeah. Not too bad.
How about facing the Kookaburra? A little bit different in terms of from a batting point of view?
Well, traditionally, yeah, it normally sort of does flatten out a little bit. I thought there's enough seam movement with the conditions when the ball's a bit newer. And I think in the wicket, we maybe haven't seen at Chelmsford a huge amount, a little bit more pace and carry. So hopefully when we get a chance to bowl that new ball, we really
Did you get here for the Worcester game at all? Because you weren't here, there were a load of Worcester fans here on the first day.
The old spot for him.
Welcome to 2B Target Practice. I'm joined here with
Paul, Michael, Jordan.
hit a target to reveal a section of a car logo, guess the logo to win a round. Let's get started.
Miss.
Very close, very close.
Go straight out the middle, then I'll hit something.
Miss. Miss. Missed again.
Oh, yo! Jeepers!
Miss.
Down the middle is probably not the best.
Yeah.
You hit these before, haven't you? Nice. Oh my God. Nice. Oh.
Smashed.
Right, we might have an issue here.
No, you
Okay.
The top middle one.
Top middle. Get it off with you.
Oh my word. You got a guess or not?
Do you get to guess now? No.
Yeah, you get to have a
guess.
guess. Yep.
Only him, because he
Yeah,
hit
I
it.
know.
Any ideas?
I have no idea. Ford, I have no idea.
Unfortunately not Ford. No. Almost. Get somewhere. Oh. Get somewhere. Oh.
Which one, Coxie?
Which one?
Bottom left.
Helpful.
There you go.
Fiat.
Correct.
Thank
Well
you.
done. First round done.
Easy game.
Easy game.
Yeah, next time, bro. Unlucky.
Right, ready to go, yeah?
Yeah.
Blinded shot.
Middle top.
That's easy. This is easy.
What is that?
You don't know? How can you not get this?
MD. What's MD? What's that?
Close. Come on, what's your guess? Ain't got all day.
Don't have a clue what that is. What is that?
Can't help you, unfortunately.
I don't know. MD, whatever that is.
Incorrect.
Close.
Yeah.
Is it?
Unlucky.
I don't know what the car is, so you. If I smash all the things, then we won't be able to hit them.
Oh, blinded shot again.
Top left.
start of the day suggests we will be extremely lucky if we dodge all the showers that are going to be forecast for this part of the world. But Notts this morning, I can't be worrying about that. They've just simply got to get out there, break this partnership, which is already one of troublesome length. Tom Wesley and Michael Pepper certainly took the fight to Notts in the closing overs. Indeed, we saw a 6 in the last over of the day. You don't often see that when we've got the floodlights on and you're playing in the gloom. You sometimes just see the batters just playing for stumps, but Michael Pepper and before him Paul Walter, certainly none of that. They were going after their shots. So it made for a very interesting finale, and it'll be a very interesting first half an hour here as Notts look to make the breakthrough in the first 6 overs and then really try and do something with this brand new Kookaburra and see if they can bring this Essex first innings to a conclusion this morning.
So Liam Patterson-White is going to bowl the first of the day, slow left arm. He's coming round the wicket now to bowl to Tom Wesley, and Wesley comes forward, angles the ball as he's so liable to do into the mid-wicket region, his favourite hunting ground, but a lot of people underplay just what an excellent off driver, cover driver of the ball he is as well. As Patterson-White's in, and this time Wesley just works the angle to send it square, and the almost inevitable Haseeb Hameed darts after the ball and gets to it. He's so enthusiastic, and no effort appears to be too much for him, but he can't do so before they've taken a single. 263 for 5, Wesley 109.
Yep, so we're up and running, first run of the day. Can at least see a scoreboard today in here. We've not got the replay monitor working yet though, sadly, but we've got a board in here, so we've got to crane our necks out of the commentary box to see.
Patterson-White to Pepper, facing his first ball of the day, and he too has played it into the mid-wicket region, and once again the inevitable Haseeb Hameed, who we reckon fielded the ball an almost record number of times yesterday, has already put so far dealt with every ball that's been played of the 4 so far. Pepper, next ball, he won't be involved here, Haseeb Hameed, as it goes down to Freddie McCann at backward point, and he took an absolute blinder yesterday at second slip. Certainly one of the best slip catches I've seen all season, and that was to dismiss Robin Dassers. Here we see Pepper, who likes to just lay the ball gently on, not so much a sweep shot as a lap, and he picks up 2 runs down to fine leg, and 265 for 5, 3 runs added, 1 to Tom Wesley taking him to 109, 2 to Michael Pepper taking him to 23. 1 ball left of the over. Pepper just surveying 1 or 2 adjustments to the leg side field. And Patterson-White's in. Rolls to Pepper, forward defensive, into the offside, no run. 3 off the over. 1 over so far completed, 5 to go until the second new ball becomes available, and Essex put into bat at 265 for 5.
Yep, end of the first over. It's grey, it's miserable, the floodlights are on. Hopefully we can get through this little period of very, very indifferent weather. Hope it will improve this morning. Had a look last night. I think I said yesterday I would imagine that would be Wesley's 3rd century against Notts. It wasn't. He'd only had 1 before, so that was his 2nd. 28 first class hundreds now to Tom Wesley. He's previously on 110 he made in an Essex win at Trembridge 3 or 4 years ago. So maybe looking to go big here. Platform certainly laid yesterday for a big innings by Tom Wesley. He's going to be facing Farhan Ahmed. Start of the 2nd over of the morning. Ahmed yesterday getting through a hefty workload, 18 overs, 1 for 65. No maidens in there, and he comes to bowl his first ball of the day. Turned on the leg side, fielded by the sliding Hameed, as ever. No maidens. I think that tells you a little bit about yesterday. Farhan unable to exert any lengthy spells of pressure. He's in once more, and Tom Wesley Goes very deep into his crease to one that keeps a whisker low, just plays it out onto the leg side, and again Hamid is rushing across. In fact, he actually lets it run through to McCann coming in from mid onto field. And this Farhan Ahmed once more. This is taken down the leg side by Verena, who I think a lot of people who had the chance to see a replay was a little harshly done out of a stomping late on last night. Luke Fletcher and Rob Lord both loosening up, so Knott's already giving a clear indication that they'll be taking the second new ball as soon as it becomes due, as this next one's turned onto the leg side. So I'll say again, as he's 4 balls into his over, I'll say again, Farhan Ahmed didn't bowl a maiden yesterday. 4 dots. Essex 265 for 5. There goes the youngster. Past umpire Hartley bowls again, just nudged to mid-wicket where Hamid gets a bit of a bobble, ran away from him, but nothing comes of it because Liam Patterson-White is there backing up. There's definitely spits and spots of rain in the air. It's okay as long as it doesn't get any worse. So final ball of the over, Farhan Ahmed to bowl to the Essex captain Tom Wesley, who drives into the offside and will get a single. So again, it's not going to be a maiden for Farhan Ahmed, but goodish over nonetheless. No real pressure applied. I don't think Wesley was in too much trouble. There was one that squared him up a little bit, but nonetheless a single taken, and Tom Wesley has equalled his previous highest score against Notts of 110.
It's spitting outside.
So 2 overs gone, 4 runs added, 2 each. Wesley therefore 110 now, Pepper on to 23, and Wesley just marking out his guard again. It's the first time he's faced, no, it isn't in fact the first time. He got a single of course in the first over, but Patterson-White, who bowled that, is going to bowl the next one, just waiting for the new ball to become available. Patterson-White bowls to Wesley, and Wesley's turned this away for a single to deep backward square leg. Not all that deep actually, it's about 40 yards from the bat. 267 for 5, and skipper on to 111.
There's play in 8 of the 9 matches. They've all started on time this morning, apart from at Lord's, obviously not that far away from here. Middlesex, Gloucestershire, bad light holding things up there.
And Pepper plays the next ball off the back foot to Freddie McCann in the covers, and score remaining 267 for 5. Essex have, after this over, a further 33 in which they can try to add to their existing 1 batting bonus point. Pepper gets a single to deep backward point, and Haynes and takes the score to 268 for 5. Pepper 24.
Is that a little school party at the far end of the ground? I do hope so. Looks like it.
Yeah, we get plenty of those.
Nice treat for the youngsters.
It is indeed. Any excuse to get out of school is certainly I would be taking it. I can tell you. That's a good delivery, and there's some turn there for Patterson-White. Slow left arm around the wicket, and Pepper came forward. Wesley came forward, lunged at that, and the ball turned past the outside edge. Good bowling. Patterson-White coming in again to the Essex skipper, who shakes as though to drive and then lays a very gentle bat over the ball, brings McCann into play again, but he has to make ground from cover towards point, and they can get the single that takes Wesley on to 112, scored to 269 for 5.
As I was leaving last night, Paul, you were still chatting to Tom Wesley about his century?
Yes, I was indeed, and very nice interview he gave as well, as the next ball is just played into the offside, and Farhan Ahmed prevents a run. 269 for 5, over completed. 77 now gone, 3 to the second new ball. And Tom is one of the most modest fellows you come across. I detected quietly thrilled that he added to his collection of centuries, and without it being a spectacular knock, it was a good one because the ball was doing plenty when he first came out to bat.
course, he got there with a 5 as well.
Well, that's right. I mentioned that to him and reminded me of that last century of Alistair Cook, and he reached 100 by the same means at the Oval in 2018. And Tom confessed that he should never have called for the run that led to the 4 overthrows.
Farhan Ahmed to bowl to Tom Westley, who lunges forward, pushes it out on the leg side, fielded by Asib Hamid. Westley with the long sleeves on today. I fancy there's a fleecy top on there on top of his Essex shirt, whereas Michael Pepper, short-sleeved, business-like, ready for work at the non-striker's end. Wesley works this to square leg, and there isn't a square leg umpire there. He's gone a-wandering over on the far side. He's gone to point. Robbie White clearly feels he's got a better vantage point there. I'm not entirely sure why that should be, because he's certainly not looking into the sun or anything. Next ball is again a sweep, this time by Wesley. Down to Lyndon James at long leg, and a single taken. And Essex advance their score to 270 for 5. Wesley 113, Michael Pepper back on strike on 24. Went after the youngster late on last night, hitting a big 6 straight down the ground here. This is the 78th over of the day. Farhan Ahmed to Michael Pepper. Just reach forward and make a crisp, clean connection with the ball, just sort of scuffed it back to the bowler. Similar size crowd to yesterday, I would suggest. This is played on the leg side, plenty of room if you're in the area, want to come along. Not sure where those youngsters have gone. Is that them in the far stand?
Over on the far side, yes.
Only about 15, 18 of them, and maybe including 1 or 2 adults there that have also taken the morning to come and have a look at a bit of county championship cricket. Drop on the leg side. Hamid is there, the Notts captain, as ever, setting the example. End of Farhan Ahmed's over. Again a single from it, and Essex 270 for 5 after 78 overs, after being put in just over 24 hours ago by Asib Hamid. Farhan Ahmed now 20 overs, no maidens, 1 for 67. Liam Patterson-White, he's bowled 15 overs, 3 maidens, none for 35, so quite miserly Patterson-White, but at the moment wicketless.
Going to bowl his 3rd over of the morning, probably his last for a while, because the new ball will be due after 2 more overs. And, first ball, Wesley to Hamid, as we've said so often, no run.
Yeah, Fletcher and Lord have been pretty much loosening up since we got out on the field.
Patterson-White, gooch end, bowls turn round the corner, comfortable single. Hamid will have to make ground to his right to field. In the end he doesn't pick it up cleanly, and it hasn't cost anything because the single was always there. And Wesley to 114, 271 for 5.
The general feeling yesterday was it was an okay sort of day from the Notts attack.
Patterson-White again past umpire Rob White. Pepper plays the ball into covers, there's no run.
But perhaps just a few too many deliveries drifted down the leg side collectively, and also there was a little bit of a collective no ball problem yesterday as well.
Patterson-White to Pepper. Pepper straight to Asib Hamid at mid-wicket. Again, there will be no change to the score at 271 for 5. Pepper on 24.
One other thing that's changed this morning is, or overnight, Notts over rate is now +3.
Patterson-White again. Pepper a single to deep cover. Haynes 272 for 5. Pepper to 25, making himself increasingly useful as circumstances have given him a chance he wouldn't otherwise have had, really, to be wicket-keeper batsman in the county championship. And Patterson-White bowls to Wesley, who works this away for another single. had nothing more than a single so far this morning from any one delivery. Another tidy over, if not a threatening one, from Patterson White. Wesley with the single to deep mid-wicket moves on to 115. He's added 7 singles this morning, and Pepper, in fact there was 1-2 now I come to think of it, that Pepper got, but he's got a 2 and 2 singles to move on to 25. It's 272 for 5.
So this we think will be the final over of this old ball. Will then be discarded, robbed in a bag or a box of netballs for the rest of its life. There's Farhan Ahmed then, see if he can get a wicket with it. He can't bowl a maiden either on this occasion, because first ball is just tickled down to Lyndon James at long leg, down towards the sausage sign. Single taken. 274 for 5, the home side. It's always been here, hasn't it? That the company, obviously a long-established company, but for years and years and years, when I come and look over there, a bit of a smile. The advertising hoarding for local sausages, as this one's deflected round the corner by Pepper. Likes that shot, the little paddle, the lap, gets a couple of runs.
Yes, I mean, even if he just gets a little bit of bat on ball, it's not a strong shot, but he knows that there is a deep backward square leg who's got to make about 40 yards to get to it, because he just tickles it round fine.
Yeah, he's just getting, as you say, bat on ball, and then from then on it's all the odds are in his favour. There's Farhan Ahmed bowls, and again he goes down and plays it once more, and that's a think of, well, I say it's going to be the last over of the spinner. They might even look to plug it now. Bit of a wildish throw from Lyndon James, but the important thing there was to get to the ball quickly and get it in the air. They're applauding because that's the 50 partnership between Michael Pepper and Tom Wesley. Pepper's just outscored the captain 27 to 21, and obviously a couple of extras thrown in there as well. Essex making steady progress. 278 for 5. They were 86 for 4 at one stage. Farhan Ahmed bowls to Pepper, played it again, and Notts have plugged that gap with Liam Patterson White, so he doesn't get his usual 2 there on this occasion.
Not sure he actually got bat on that, but there would certainly have been a couple of leg byes had there not been the adjustment to the field.
Again, I fancy there might just be a few very light drops of rain falling on the county ground as Pepper hits this one down the ground. Freddie McCann comes round from his position at long on. He was nicely positioned there to cut it off. No chance of getting to it on the full to take the catch, but always able to cut it off and restrict Pepper to just a single on this very cold, chilly, grey Tuesday morning. You're enjoying the coverage wherever you're following us from, as Farhan Ahmed bowls and Wesley turns it on the leg side, and suddenly the wind changes direction and we get the rain just suddenly blown into our commentary box with the windows wide open here, and the umpires are going to have a chat, I think, about it. If it's coming in and raining on our equipment here, Paul, it's certainly going to be raining on the umpires and the players out in the middle.
Yeah, it's very variable. It's one of those situations where they might just be making their way off the field when suddenly it stops. And
well, the thing is, it's a second new ball as well, and I think they're obviously well attuned to the fact that Notts are going to take the second new ball, and they are going to do a meter reading just to say, well, so far it's been okay with the 2 spinners bowling, but if you're going to have Fletcher and Rob Lord, neither of whom, well, certainly not in Luke Fletcher's case, he's not going to be bowling bouncers all morning, but the regulations are there to be adhered to, I suppose, much as it pains many of us to say, but they're just checking the light. Seba Mead's there scrutinising their every movement. Fletcher's peeling off his big sweater, and the big bear is going to be entrusted with bowling the first over with the second new ball, assuming it's being taken immediately. I think it's, Luke Fletcher's got the old one. It's I don't want this. There we go. Yep, there's the new one.
Yes, so a quiet start with 17 added from the 6 overs. bowled by the two spinners between them, and Wesley's moved on from 108 to 116, Pepper from 21 to 28. Mainly singles, 3 sets of 2 to Pepper, all with the same shot, just lapping the ball round to a vacant fine leg area. Pepper, who, as I was saying, looked like he was becoming purely a white ball cricketer, having started out playing in red ball cricket, got a 90 odd up at Durham, Chesterland Street a few years ago. But he's come back in because Adam Rossington, Essex's scheduled wicket-keeper, has continual finger problem. Here's Fletcher in, first ball with the second new ball, defended back to the bowler, and score remaining 279 for 5. But Pepper, having had a marvellous season in the T20 with over 600 runs and 2 quite brilliant hundreds, now that he's sort of had a regular place for the last 5 or 6 championship games, has started to make some serious runs for Essex with an unbeaten century, helping Essex from a powerless position in the recent match against Worcestershire. In the end it didn't count for anything because they collapsed in the second innings, but Fletcher's in and bowls to Pepper, who plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run, 279 for 5.
Is Rossington injured, still here, not selected?
Well,
the rain's getting heavier, Paul, actually. Just to interrupt you before you can answer it, I wouldn't be surprised if they go off here.
No, I wouldn't.
If you look at the trees over there, it's chucking it down.
Yeah, they're coming off, and so unfortunately we have a break there. Just to answer your question, what was it, by the way?
Rossington.
Yes. He's plays in the T20 and he can bat all right. Played in the 100. I think he may have wicket kept in the 100. Maybe he didn't. I can't remember now. But it would appear that this persistent finger or thumb problem he's had for 3 or 4 seasons now is effectively bringing potentially an end to his wicket-keeping career unless something more can be done. So my guess is he might not necessarily be on the Essex books next season. I say that it's not a case of secret bit of knowledge whatsoever. It's just I'm thinking that now that Pepper's proved that he can do the job pretty well, he's got advantages in that he's very quick between the wickets, and I think if he were a regular red ball cricketer, I think he would actually end up with 500 or 600 runs in the season. Of course, Jordan Cox is also a wicket keeper. It was known that he wouldn't do much wicket keeping this season when he joined Essex, but there we are as Dave departs for the moment, as I am about to. We will be back with you just as soon as there is any resumption in play, but for the moment play is halted in the first over of the second new ball, the 81st of the innings, with Essex adding 17 this morning on 279 for 5. Standing by.
Breezy out there, isn't it?
Essex police have widened their search for a missing man last seen in the Bocking area of Brentford last month. 27-year-old Martin Richardson hasn't been seen since Saturday the 24th of August. His bicycle was earlier found undamaged. A dozen officers returned to the area on the weekend with marine police and drone involved in the survey. Sir Starmer's stated to defend the decision to scrap water fuel pages for millions of passengers. Nurses continues in confidence in Brighton in the next hour. Some Labour MPs could abstain from comments focused on the plan this afternoon. The BBC's chief political correspondent Henry Zeffman says ministers are determined to press ahead with the cuts, and the people that this is absolutely the right thing to have done for both. Where it will say they reckon about £1.5 government, but also politically as a demonstration that they are willing to make something, that they have to make something because of what they say the working common inheritance that the government is pretty much ever. The chief executive of Relation, Martin Jones, has warned about a third of prisoners being released early from Wales will go on to commit further crimes. He said the probation service was under extreme pressure as a result of the decision by ministers to free some inmates of more necessary their sentence to years and crickets and states University of Championship match at Nottinghamshire and Chelmsford. The home side hoping they'll make first innings score and 4-2 into overtime.
Yes, light rain is falling. We haven't had any cricket for the last quarter of an hour. In the 20 minutes that we did have, Essex took their overnight 262 on to 279 for 5. Wesley has added 8 and has 116 not out. Pepper 7, he's on 28 not out. The partnership has now passed 50, 51 unbroken for the 6th wicket, and the second new ball had just been taken when the light rain became a little bit heavier, and at the moment it's heavier still without at all being all that heavy. If it were to stop, we'd soon get going again, but the position is in the 81st over. Essex put into bat are 279 for 5. Rain stop.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to the county ground in Chelmsford as we get ready for the second little passage of this day 2 adventure between Essex and Nottinghamshire. We had 6 overs and 2 balls a little earlier before the drizzle got heavier. The dark clouds overhead just got a little bit darker and gloomier, and the umpires took the players off. Essex have added 17 runs this morning, day 2 to their overnight score. They're currently 279 for 5, with skipper Tom Westley on 116 and Michael Pepper alongside him on 28. Notts have just taken the second new ball, or took it just before we went off, so this ball new and fresh and hard, just 2 deliveries in. Luke Fletcher is bowling at the moment from the far end of the ground, the Graham Gooch end. We're obviously at the river end, now known as the Alistair Cook end, and we'll be set to go hopefully for an unbroken hour. Lunch will be at 12:30, so we can hopefully see the best of the morning's weather and get an unbroken hour in. Lost 10 overs in the day's allocation, but that won't be too bad because we were supposed to get 108 today, so if we get 98 in, we'll still have more than the usual full day. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, Paul Newton from BBC Essex loitering not too far away, and from BBC Sport Nicky Chowdhury's alongside me, watching as Luke Fletcher comes in to get us back underway, and a little bit of an expansive looking push at the ball from Pepper. He's looking to drive in the V there. He drags it away onto the leg side for a single. 280 for 5, as we say. Good morning for the first time today to Nicky. Good morning, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you. Good morning, Dave. Good morning, listeners. Yeah, it's a bit of a nippy one, isn't it? You're probably used to this from where you're from. This is like, oh, it's summer's day.
From where I'm from.
Everyone about like north of the M25 is like, this is glorious weather.
It's chilly and blustery, that's for sure, as Fletcher comes in past umpire Robbie White. This is helped up to Farhan Ahmed at mid-on, and there's no run.
So is this chilly for you? Because last week when I was covering the Sussex Derby game, Dave Fletcher from BBC Derbyshire was adamant that it was a lovely warm day and everyone should be wearing shorts and t-shirts and maybe even take a dip in the sea, and I was completely against it. I said you cannot.
Was Dave wearing his shorts?
He was.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
He was, and he was just saying that we were being too precious.
Well, it's okay now. We're underway once more with Fletcher bowling nicely, whipped through mid-wicket by Wesley. I think that'll go for 4, it will indeed. Nice looking shot from Wesley. Of course that new ball will just come onto the bat just that little bit harder. Nice sound as he clipped that away for 4. Out towards the small posse of school children who are in today watching. Feel a little sorry for them. That maybe for some of them their first experience of watching county championship cricket has been to watch the players troop off in the drizzle and everybody hang around wondering why we can't get back on.
I'm afraid they'll probably have to get used to seeing a bit more of that today as well.
There's Fletcher in again to Wesley down the leg side, and there's going to be runs here aplenty. What did it come off? Came off the pad, so 4 more. So that's a disappointing end to the Luke Fletcher over. That's the first over with that second new ball. It ends with a couple of boundaries. 4 to Wesley, who's gone on to 120. 4 to the extras column, which continues to build. Essex 288 for 5. With 9 runs in all coming from the first over of that second new ball. Luke Fletcher through 19 overs now. Figures of 1 for 60, 288 for 5.
Yeah, just talking about the extras column, it's at the moment added up to a total of 27 runs.
It must be more than that. They've obviously not put those 4 on then, because
Maybe
I know it was 25 at one stage last night.
It's 31.
Yeah.
I just had to refresh my page as Robert Lord is at the top of his mark from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He touches his toes, stretches himself off, and I think he is ready to go, and he is. In comes Lord now. This one's driven off the front foot, misfielded extra cover, but it's not going to cost them a run. A bit of a fumble more so than a misfield. It was struck hard.
Elsewhere in Division 1, playing all the games by the way, playing all 9 county championship games, but in Division 1 at Chesterley Street, Lancashire 216 for 9. Matty Hurst was run out for 90 earlier this morning, 216 for 9, so a bit of work to do to get 1 batting point for Lancashire.
Here's Lord to Pepper, fuller delivery, worked off the legs, into the leg side. Hasib Hamid is on the run, but they're going to get 2 as deep mid-wicket does come in to assist and pick that up. Easy 2 out on the leg side.
Down at Canterbury, Hampshire, the visitors there batting, 273 for 8. Another match where rain took a chunk out of play yesterday. They played unbroken at Taunton in the match between the top 2. Somerset made 317. Surrey starting their first innings this morning, a 41 for 1.
Lord into Pepper, who's forward and defends into the offside.
And similarly at New Road, Worcestershire's first innings ended on 307. Warwickshire are 18 without loss. Just very quickly, Division 2, the leaders have a lead. Glamorgan 186 all out at Hove. Sussex already in front by 1. They're 187 for 1. Derbyshire 117 for 4 at Wantage Road, replying to Northants 219.
Here's Lord running away from us at the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's in. Pepper's forward. Looks to turn this into the leg side. It's taken a bit of height, and I believe it's hit him on the thigh pad. Ball drops into the offside. They won't take a run.
At Lords, where they were late starting this morning, but now underway. Middlesex all out for 377. Gloucestershire 26 for 1 in reply. And there's an unbroken century from Johnny Tattersall, an unbeaten 50 from Matt Fisher. Yorkshire 323 for 8 at Grace Road, having bowled Leicestershire out yesterday for 98. So Yorkshire with a huge lead already in that one.
Here's Lord. He passes the umpire. He's through his action. It's a full delivery. It's a beautiful on drive there from Pepper. That's gone all the way down the ground. And he's timed that with perfection. It's a really hard shot. One of the hardest shots in the book, if not the hardest shot in the book. You may have to make sure everything is right. And wow, what a lovely stroke.
As ever, all the scores, all the updates available on the BBC Sport website and app on the cricket page, and as well a relatively recent addition for your listening pleasure. You can follow the matches, get the commentaries of all the games on your smart speaker. Just say ask BBC Sounds to play Essex versus Notts Day 2. That's for this particular game, of course.
Lord into Pepper again. This is back of a length, and Pepper defends into the offside, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. Essex 294 for 5. I must say, technology's come a long way. I was just, it's actually my dad's birthday today, Dave, so I posted a photo on social media, and I found an old photo, one from the archives, you could say.
Of him or of you?
Of both of us.
Right.
I'll show it to you actually. And in his hand, he's got a phone, but it's when it was all those brick Nokias. And to think that wasn't long ago, and look at where we are now. We can just speak to our radios, so we don't even have to go through too much effort. I'll show you this photo if I can find it. I just had it.
Do you remember a time before mobile phones?
I remember. But when it used to just be landlines.
It's Fletcher. Bowls to Tom Westley, and this is pushed square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run.
I think even when mobile phones came in, not everyone had one still.
Well, no.
And now,
right.
every single person has a mobile phone. I can see this photo. You see? A little red and white Nokia. A brick, as they like to
Very nice.
call it.
Happy birthday, Dad. Will he be listening?
He's probably at work. Well, he should be at work.
294 for 5. You can still listen. Fletcher from the gooch end, bowls and wide of the pegs, goes through to wicket-keeper Verena. Got one wicket yesterday, Luke Fletcher. Matt Critchley with a horror leave, and it cost him his wicket. Ball clattering into off stump.
Works in a school, so I don't think that's going to go down well.
Still lots of grey clouds around, but they're not as threatening as the ones that forced us off just before 11 o'clock. Fletcher once more to Pepper. He's driven this past the bowler nice and straight. Mead will cut it off again with a slide. Just about avoids the pile of sawdust at the far end as he did so. One more to the total. Essex 295 for 5, so on the brink of a second batting bonus point. Notts need another wicket for a second bowling point. Of course, the points are there to be had up until the end of the 110th over. This is the 83rd, so plenty of time for all that to unfold. As Fletcher in once more to Pepper. This one just gets a little big on him. It's struck him somewhere and run down on an angle of 45. It's a leg by. Another one in the extras column. Single taken. 296 for 5.
According to the forecast, if it is right, and we should go by what it says, around probably 4:35 is when it's starting to look a little bit miserable.
Armageddon-ish.
But at the moment it's bright, and I wouldn't be surprised if they turn the floodlights off soon as well.
Don't think it's that bright. 2 slips. Joe Clark at first, Freddie McCann at second. Fletcher bowls. Nice looking drive from Wesley. Mead, who else, gets there first, and it's just a single.
It's the brightest it's been all morning.
Yeah, got along with that. Floodlights are still on though. It's been a miserable couple of days so far in the southeast.
I must say the spectators are really brave. They've come layered up as well and well prepared to sit out in the cold. More so than cold, it's actually the breeze that's got a bit of a chill to it, especially on the higher stands.
Next delivery, Fletcher bowls. Pepper advances a pace or two out of his crease to get down towards the Bulwell bomber, and then blocks the ball straight back to him, and it's the end of the over. Essex 297 for 5. We've had 83 overs in the innings. This morning Essex resuming from their overnight 262 for 5, so they've added 35 this morning without any real alarms. Yesterday Elgar was the one Essex batter to be dismissed before lunch, out for 7. It was a truncated morning session, just 11 overs. After lunch, Robin Dass out for 20, Matt Critchley for 5, and then later on Luke Benkenstein made 4, and Paul Walter a splendid 72, shared in a stand of 142 with skipper Wesley.
Here's Lord. from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Runs away from us now, and Wesley on strike has chopped this onto his stumps. He's gone! It was a short ball, and Wesley was looking to get off the back foot and drop it into the offside, and unfortunately that has chopped on, and unfortunately he will have to depart. 122 from 240 balls, and Lord gets a big wicket. Essex 297 for 5 for 6.
For 6.
For 6.
Notts get their second bowling bonus point. Third wicket for Rob Lord. Going to be a huge ovation for the Essex skipper. Tom Wesley, 122 he made. Came in before lunch yesterday, so a lot of stoppages and whatever, but he's been out there batting for just about 24 hours in truth. Actual time in the middle, 5 hours 11 minutes, faced 240 balls, hit 9 fours, and did a really good job for his side, but chopped on. Second time this season that Rob Lord has got the wicket of Tom Wesley. Clean bowled him in the 50 over match at Trent Bridge last month. So to work hard for his wicket here, but that's a 3 for Rob Lord. He only got one last week on his first class debut, so whatever he does in this innings, once he'd gone past the 1 wicket stage, a career best. Now can he go on and add? He's got 3 at the moment.
It was a brilliant innings there from Tom Wesley, and you can say those sort of dismissals are almost unlucky. He's played it too late, and the ball's angled in towards the stumps and gets him. Lord at the top of his mark now. Is ready. And in to Harmer, who's off the front foot, lets this one go through outside the off stump, and now advances down the wicket and does a little bit of gardening. It's the first wicket of the morning session here on day 2. And what an important wicket for Nottinghamshire as well, because I think it's easy to say it was looking more and more difficult to get Wesley's wicket. Been batting a long time. As in comes Lord now to Harmer, who's forward and pushes it back down the line of the wicket, and Lord fields and takes the ball and gives it a shine against his shirt.
Timely from T, one of our regulars, been on Twitter at Brace Cricket. Our sweet Lord, he says.
So punny.
Outlaw Chris with us. Morning, Chris, and Mark the Mod. Had to go on a summer tip run, but back with us.
Lord to Harmer, 3 slips in place, and this one's back of a length, and Harmer looks to pull but just guides it to short mid wicket. It's not going to be a run.
Oh, he said it's the end of summer tip run. Crikey, Mark, how much stuff have you stored up through the summer to take to the tip?
I love a good trip to the tip. It's like a good
Do you
clear
like a trip
out.
to the tip?
I love a trip to the tip. It's like a clear out, and I think when you clear out, not just around you, but mentally, you just deload. You get rid of all that baggage. It's I love it. I probably sound a lot older than what I am by saying that, but here's Lord to Harmer, who's forward and now defends into the onside. Hamid does the fielding at mid-on.
It's very seldom I have to go to the tip nowadays. We've got 4 different bins of various sorts and means, yeah.
We've only got 2 bins.
Got 4.
Well, no, we've got 3. We've got the garden waste bin, the normal waste bin, and the recycling bin. Which bin are we missing down inside?
A bottle bin.
Oh, our recycling. Oh no, it's the same bin.
Oh no, the bottles, the glass. Any bottles or glass, like your coffee jars and all that sort of stuff, they all have to go in. Any glass.
We don't have a bottle bin. As here's Lord to Harmer, and this one cuts back at him, hits him on the 5 pad. It will drop into the onside towards a very short square leg position, and they will come through for a single as well. And I believe that's actually going to be signalled a leg by.
So really, in terms of trips to the skip, I mean, any clothing would sort of go in, the bags that come through the door for charity, don't they? Leave your bag of old clothing outside, so they get collected. So to the skip, really, unless a lawnmower breaks on me, I have to get a new lawnmower and take the old one down to the skip or whatever. There's very seldom have to go there anymore.
84 overs gone. Essex 297 for 6. I believe it's going to be Fletcher to continue from the Graham Gooch end. How often do you go to the skip?
Well, that's what I say, very, very, very seldom now. You don't have to. They come and get it from you. 298 for 6, Fletcher to bowl to the new man, South African international, the Wizard of Chelmsford, Simon Harmer. In he comes and bowls now, and Harmer, who wears 11, pushes this up to mid-on. Of course, he very well known to Carl Verena, the South African Test wicket-keeper, has been for a couple of years now since taking over the reins. Quinton de Kock and one or two others sort of very briefly were tried out, but Verena very much the first choice keeper now. 298 for 6, Essex 2 away from the second batting point. Fletcher bowls, Simon Harmer turns it to leg, no chance of a run there with Ben Slater in on the 1. Very rare you see Ben Slater in on the 1. He spent all of yesterday out on that fence away to our left, except when he was suited and booted in at short leg. 298 for 6 it remains, and now Slater is pushed out into the deep, and Lyndon James comes across and takes that saving 1 position at mid-wicket. Harmer yet to get off the mark. Luke Fletcher with 1 wicket to his name bowls. Simon Harmer again, just the 3rd ball in a row, turns it gently onto the onside for no run. Lancashire are all out for 2-2-8 at Durham, so no batting points for Lancashire. They started this round of matches 10 points behind Notts. They were 9th and in the drop zone alongside probably already doomed Kent. So Lancashire don't add to their points tally as Fletcher bowls, Harmer leaves it alone, but Notts have picked up 2 points, so the gap now is 12 between 8th placed Notts and 9th placed Lancashire. Elsewhere, Hampshire going well, 307 for 8. Surrey have lost a 2nd wicket at Taunton, they're 48 for 2. And Warwickshire 32 for 1 at New Road. There they scores in Division 1. Batting sides in Division 2. Sussex 189 for 2, leading Glamorgan by 3. Derbyshire 144 for 4, trailing Northants by 73. Gloucestershire 44 for 1, trailing Middlesex by over 300. And Yorkshire still bat, 334 for 8 at Leicester. Fletcher bowls, Harmer defends, and there's no run. That Yorkshire total at Grace Road, Johnny Tattersall 119 not out. Matt Fisher, who went in at 10, 66 not out, and they have so far added 124 for the 9th wicket. So Yorkshire's 9th wicket in total, making more than Leicestershire's first innings score. Play in all 9 county championship matches at the moment, which is a good thing. 298 for 6 here. Fletcher, can he conclude this with a maiden? No, because Harmer gets off the mark, just dragging it out to Ben Slater on the leg side. And Essex are now within 1 of reaching 300. 299 for 6 as Luke Fletcher completes his 21st over. He's got figures of 1 for 63.
Floodlights are still on. Is it just my eyes that think it's slightly brighter than what it's been this morning? Or is it just more of a precaution?
I don't know, as it's varied a great deal actually since the umpires took them back on. Certainly not, certainly don't think we're in a pattern where the light is gradually increasing just yet. Hope it does. Here's Lord.
Lord's in now, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Pepper. I believe it's Pepper.
No, Harmer.
Harmer.
First single off the last ball.
I really need to book in my eye test. I've been avoiding it for like over a year just because I don't want to have to wear glasses.
Well, Pepper's got short sleeves.
Oh, there we go.
That is purely and simply how I've been looking up. Wesley had long sleeves, and so has Harmer.
Lord in now, and this one's pushed to offs, mid-off.
There's lots of other obvious differences and mannerisms and bat handles and all the rest. Pepper's got a red bat handle, Harmer's got a white one,
yeah,
but the instant look up that I'm using is the short sleeves on Pepper. Business-like Michael Pepper, and he's played like he's out there with work to do. He's 35 not out.
He's at the non-strikers end. It's Harmer on strike as in runs Lord, and this one's pushed into the offside, and it finds the gap between point and cover, and they'll come through for a single, and that takes Essex to 300 for 6, I believe, as the round of applause comes from the spectators at the ground.
Second batting point then for Essex, 2-2 in terms of bonus points between these sides. Not desperate to make this Kookaburra ball sing for them this morning. Want to polish off the tail as quickly as they can, but it's a strong one with Snater doing next.
Lord runs away from us now, and this one jags back, and it's defended into the onside, and it's fielded at short mid-wicket, and Pepper just takes a look at his bat, and I think that's made him a little bit worried. Has it caused a little crack? It jagged back quite sharply. He's taking a look, but I don't think he's too bothered about it. Now he's just analysing the field. Oh, maybe he is bothered. He's just signalled to the dressing room saying, "Can you bring me a bat?" And he's now shaking the bat. And maybe it's the handle that's gone, because it did jag back and take a little bit of height. And we're going to have a little bit of a delay here as a bat gets brought out.
It won't like that if that's a favourite. We've been hearing from Paul about all the runs that Michael Pepper has scored recently. He won't be too happy if that's a death knell of his number one, his favourite bat. Just waiting for the emergence of, here he comes, the Essex 12th. Oh, he's got plenty of spares, look. Plenty of spares. Interestingly, two of them have got the red back grips on the handles effectively, and one's got a gold back grip on. He's picked the one he wanted, and we'll just resume his innings because they'll all be pretty much exactly the same. But I would imagine that would have been a favourite bit of wood that he's been using. Broken by a combination of the pace of Rob Lord, the new hard ball, and jabbing the bat as well down hard into the ground.
Well, he's got his bat, and he takes his guard now, taps his bat down, his new bat down, as Lord approaches the crease from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And this one is cut away, and it goes down towards the boundary, and the new bat has brought up a boundary for Essex. That takes them to 304 for 6. A little bit of wit there from Lord, and well, that was just guided away.
Nice looking shot, cut down to third man for 4. Takes Michael Pepper on to 39. Wasn't all that far wide of the off stump from Rob Lord.
He made space well, Pepper. He just made some room in his crease, and he created the space that wasn't there. Lord in to Pepper, who's tall in his stance, not much of a flex knee, and this time he's forward, defends, and that's picked up by short mid-wicket, and that is also going to conclude the end of the over. 304 for 6 after 86 overs.
Yeah, lunch at 12:30 today. Tea was announced at the start of the day to be at 3:30, whatever. So imagine that sort of set in stone, just breaking up the long period from lunch onwards. Going to be Fletcher again. What's with one wicket today with this second new ball. Here comes Luke Fletcher. 2 slips, Clark and McCann go down, and Harmer, I've seen him do this in the previous Fletcher over, just taps it on the leg side, but this time to the right of Lyndon James at mid wicket, runs out as far as Slater, or indeed Slater has to come in almost to where the 30-yard ring would be in a one-day match to do the fielding, and the single is taken. Harmer doubles his tally from 1 to 2. And Essex are 305 for 6. Still got plenty of time, 23 overs after this one to get up to 400. Whether they will be able to get up to 450 for maximum points, that might just take a bit of getting, as this next one's pushed back to the bowler. I think from here they'd be delighted if they can get 400 on the board, can dictate terms throughout the remainder of the game. Notts conversely will be just hoping to end this partnership quickly and start a little bit of a domino effect. Looks as if Lyndon James has already got the call from Asiba Mead to come into the attack sooner rather than later. Fletcher bounding in, bowls, and Pepper pushes it to Liam Patterson-White to point, no run. In the words of the great Paul Johnson, Luke Fletcher running in like he's towing a caravan. Big fella.
There's a firm breeze across the ground. You can see the players in their jumpers and long sleeve t-shirts being blown and flopping in the wind.
305 for 6. Fletcher in again, edged but short of second slip, and it's not taken by Freddie McCann. Whether it was an unkind bounce or whether he should have stopped it, I'm not entirely sure. It went through third slip, but Freddie McCann moved to his right, and I think he got a fingernail on it, couldn't stop it. It's gone for 4. It went very quickly. It wasn't a catch, but from this angle it looked as if potentially it was one that could have been stopped.
I think it was definitely could have been stopped more so than taken. It dropped quite a few.
Yeah, it was well short of him.
Yeah.
So define a t-shirt for me then, if the t-shirts are blowing.
A t-shirt's the short sleeve one, and I'm
309 for 6. Here comes Fletcher into the sleeveless Pepper. Pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no run. He's sleeveless, but he's got a collar on. I thought a t-shirt was a shirt that didn't have a collar.
But then, will that be?
Is that not right?
But a shirt is like
a t-shirt can have a collar. Is that what you said?
Oh gosh, I'm not sure. I don't.
Well, you said it. You said they're wearing t-shirts.
Maybe I have misused my terminology, which is probably more than likely. Shirts. I've always just thought shirts being like those ones that you have to wear to the office.
Yeah, but t-shirts don't have collars on.
No, maybe they are. Good point.
Fletcher. In again to Pepper, and he went hard at that one. Luke Fletcher a little unlucky that he didn't get the outside edge there. Maybe if Fletcher had, or if Pepper rather had got something on it, might just have looped up high over the slips and gone, because he really went hard at it. They'll max him. If you're going to go at it, go hard. End of the over. Rob Lord's out of the attack for the moment. Lyndon James is going to take over. And we're knocking on the door of midday, so if you can rattle through this over as well, Nikki, you'll be joined in a moment by Paul Newton.
Sure, thanks very much, Dave. Safe to say I won't be getting a job in fashion anytime soon. And I might have to learn my fashion terminology. And we're going to welcome back Paul Newton very shortly, but there is a change in bowling as well from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Lord is going to be coming out of the attack, and it is going to be Lyndon James who's in now and bowls to Harmer, who tucks this off his hips down towards deep square leg and will take the single. And the score moves on to 310 for 6, and I can welcome back Paul Newton. Afternoon, Paul.
Yes, good afternoon, Nikki, and certainly a good breakthrough for Nottinghamshire with the second new ball to get rid of the obdurate Tom Wesley with a splendid 122. But even so, Simon Harmer has dug in. Michael Pepper, one or two risky shots in the most recent over, but he's played very well to move on to 43.
Here's James in again to Harmer, tucks it off his hips once more, and like the previous ball, plays down to deep square leg and takes a single. Apologies, that was Pepper, short sleeves. He's actually taller in stature as well.
Yes, he is.
Of it.
He's around about 6'2" or 3".
Something in the water here in Essex. Everyone seems to be tall. Down my way,
Yeah. Well,
we're stuck at 5'5".
he's very tall for a wicket keeper, but he does a good job with the gloves.
James into Harmo this time, gets a bit of bat on it as this goes fine down towards fine leg, and that will run away for 4. We've spoken about Nottinghamshire and their lines they're bowling, and again James has come into the attack and is perhaps, safe to say, been a little bit too straight and on the legs, and well, Harmer's not going to miss out on that.
No, perfectly described, and he's very good at just getting a thin tickle down to fine leg, Simon Harmer.
315 for 6. There's James at the top of his mark. Next, another pile of sawdust that's been filled up since yesterday. And this one's a straighter delivery, which is blocked straight back to James. He picks up on the back end of his follow through. Yeah, that pile was diminishing by the end of play yesterday, and today it's a little mountain again. A mountain of sawdust. You just hope it doesn't get too breezy, because sawdust blowing around in the air, if you get it in your eyes, it's not very pleasant.
No, it isn't at all, you're right.
James making his way back to the top of his mark at the Sir Alistair Cook end, turns, inspects the ball and sets off now towards Harmer, who's crouched low in his stance and comes forward, and it's a beautiful delivery outside the off stump, and well, Harmer plays at this one and it beats him outside, and that's gone straight into the gloves of Rayner. That's probably the line you're looking to bowl, especially given that you've got 2 slips in place.
And it's what Nottinghamshire generally haven't achieved consistently enough playing there. You're right, it's exactly where the ball needs to be.
You want to get Harmer prodding at it outside the off stump, tempt him, and this one, a better line again, middle and off stump, and Harmer defends, and that will conclude the end of the over. 88 overs gone, 315 for 6 are Essex, and well, ideally they just look to bowl a little bit wider, not too wide, and so middle off stump line, try and get the batter playing, because if it's on leg stump middles and it's a little bit too straight off the legs, that's any batter's cup of tea.
No, exactly right. So far today, 262 for 5 has become 315 for 6. 53 added in 14 overs, started on 74, it's now 88. Second new ball having been taken. Pepper has moved from 21 to 44. Wesley eventually added 14 to be out for 122, bowled by Lord. Harmer has 8. Pepper begins the first ball of a new Luke Fletcher over from the Gooch end down to backward point, and Patterson White, and there is no run. Still some pretty heavy cloud around. It did brighten up considerably half an hour ago. It's not quite as good now, but we hope we can get through to lunch as a first port of call, which will remain as its usual 12:30, and probably tea will be as it was yesterday, 3:25 to 3:45, but that's yet to be confirmed. Fletcher's in and bowls, and Pepper, lovely shot, forced through the covers, won't reach the boundary, 2 a certainty, 3 a possibility. They're just completing the second run. Fielder reaches the ball, Patterson White, and the third run is easily accomplished. Simon Harmer comes down to the theoretical danger end. Harmer's not slow, but Pepper's very, very quick between the wickets in his relatively youthful years, and doing a grand job, having more or less been forced to be brought in with both Rossington out and Cox not able to keep, which was known at the start of the season. As Harmer plays the ball into the covers, there's no run. It was said with Cox that he wouldn't be able to wicket keep until August, and as it's turned out, he may not play very much before the end of the season anyway now, because he's with one of the England white ball squads. 3-1-8 for 6, 47 to Pepper, 8 to Harmer, who hasn't had much of a season with the bat. Harmer, who's been plagued by a back problem, and understandably it's affected both, well, particularly bowling, but also batting. He's still perfectly prepared to bowl 30 or 40 overs in an innings. Fletcher's in, bowls, and Harmer, there's an appeal for a catch. It's not going to be given. He stretched forward, and the ball apparently, is, in the view of Rob White at least, has beaten the outside edge, and Harmer remains intact on 8, and it's 318 for 6.
So you've got your cup of tea beside you to keep you warm?
Yeah, cup of coffee actually, but yes, very necessary. I, from the point of view of lubricating the throat, find it necessary always to have a drink handy, be it hot or cold. Prefer hot, particularly in this weather, as you say. We're lucky we've got the heating on in the box today, as Fletcher's in bowls, and that's a leave outside off stump, no run, and it's all a huge contrast with the last game certainly I did last season, which was at the beginning of September against Middlesex, and having had as has been the case this year, last year was a lamentable summer, and we'd had none at all until September, and then the temperature soared into the 80s. It was plus 30, 31 for the whole of the Middlesex game here, and it got so hot we had to move into the back row in the commentary box, because the direct sun on our equipment within about an hour puts it completely out of order until it's all cooled down again. Here is Luke Fletcher coming in. Gooch end, bowls to to Harmer rather, and no ball I'm afraid, so 320 for 6, 2 more runs onto the board. Essex were in the 89th over, so after this over they've got 21 overs available to them, and for that matter to Notts. They want 1 more point for bowling. Now Essex, theoretically, if they were still batting come the 110th over, shouldn't be too far off recording maximum batting points, and would certainly be very disappointed. I underline again, should they still be batting at the last over you can get bonus points, the 110th, they'd be disappointed if they didn't get at least 4 of the 5 by reaching 400. As Fletcher's in bowls, and Harmer plays this one back to the bowler. He's playing very circumspectly at the moment, Harmer, but he can really belt the daylights out of a cricket ball if he ever gets going, and usually with Harmer he either gets a single-figured score, or if he reaches double figures goes on and gets a 50 or 60, and Pepper can be a very, very quick scorer indeed. You only need to look at his white ball performances to know that. End of the over, 89 gone, 320 for 6.
And the breeze has just picked up. Talking about sunshine in the commentary box, it's now a little bit breezy in here, and the wind's blowing through the windows which we have open, which probably doesn't help in keeping us warm, but the show must go on. We need the effects, Mike, and that has to hang out the window. And here is Lyndon James running away from us from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and he runs in towards Michael Pepper, and this one just jags back at him again, and I believe it's come off the top half of the bat actually and dropped into the onside, and you can just see. I wouldn't be surprised if Pepper asks for a jumper soon. The breeze must get to you. Your hair's currently blowing in the breeze as well.
Yeah, Pepper, he's made a tough stuff. He has got a short sleeve sweater on, but as you say, he might look to go for a long sleeve sweater. It's got a bit darker, unfortunately.
As here's James in to Pepper, and this one again down the leg side, and it's tucked round to deep mid wicket, and they all come through for a single. 321 for 6. Yeah, Robert Lord at mid on just seems to be constantly warming himself up and stretching. I'm not sure if that's for another reason. He might be feeling slightly tight somewhere, or if that's just with the pure purpose to keep yourself moving and feel warm.
Yes, he might be brought on to replace Luke Fletcher and switch ends. You know, he's been bowling from the Cook end so far. I might switch to the Gooch end.
James into Harmer now, who's squared up a little bit as he defends it into the offside. Cover does the fielding.
He looks a hard worker, Rob Lord, because I've noticed before each time, and there have been several of them, that the players have come back onto the field for one reason or another. Maybe the rain, maybe a scheduled interval, but he's there with a very heavy medicine ball, stretching his back. At the moment he's stretching down there and reaching his ankles. Long time since I got that far down.
Lyndon James in, passes the umpire, and this one cuts back at Harmer again. He looks to turn it onto the leg side, and I believe that's just got him on the thigh pad, if I'm not mistaken. That's a dot in the scorebook, and I think it's also starting to spit a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that was just my eyes playing games with me. I felt like I saw some spit come onto my laptop
You
screen.
could well have done. As I say, the cloud cover's come down again. I think it's going to be like this all day, or maybe not even this good eventually, because the forecast from about 4 o'clock onwards is very dodgy.
In comes James now, and this time Harmer again defends, and it's been signalled a no ball. Very few no balls, front foot no balls we've seen from the Sir Alistair Cook end. The majority of them have actually been coming in from the opposite side at the Graham Gooch end. I think this is the second no ball we've had.
And I'll be surprised if Rob Lord doesn't come back on for Luke Fletcher at the Gooch end, because he's sort of now going through the bowling motion as opposed to merely exercising.
In comes Lord now, and Harmer turns this round into the leg side. It's misfielded by Hasib Hamid at mid-wicket, so they will come through for the single. Brings Pepper on to strike, 224 for 6.
Yep, shouldn't have been a run there. And
He just kind of glided across the surface, and the ball just went through him,
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yep, just possibly over dived for it, and the ball went under his body.
Lyndon James at the top of his mark turns and runs in towards Pepper, who taps his bat and now defends into the onside, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. 90 overs gone, Essex 324 for 6.
And it's suddenly got lighter again. These things change from moment to moment, and it's actually quite bright out there now. If the lights were turned off, I think all of a sudden the light, which halfway through that over would not have been playable, but would now be, as it's plenty bright enough all of a sudden. It doesn't alter the fact there's a lot of heavy cloud around. What may go in our favour is the fact there's a very strong wind, and normally that means that whatever clouds come will be moving over all the time. The forecast tends to suggest perhaps we're in for some fairly heavy stuff later. Having said that, on one news bulletin that I saw on the television last night, the rain that's meant to be so threatening was forecast as a very narrow band that shouldn't stay all that long in any one place. Rob Lord Dooley is brought back on at the Gooch end, switches to the Gooch end in fact. Don't think he's bowled from that end before now, and Harmer meets his first ball, plays it to mid-wicket. Harmer's still playing very much like a man not yet in touch. As I say, it's always been a little bit the case, even when he's been having much better seasons than this one with the bat, that he's very vulnerable until he reaches double figures. But if you let him get much beyond into double figures, he can then be a very effective batsman indeed, as Lord, trying to see that doesn't happen, has 2 slips. That's Clark and McCann. They get 1 run here to man just in front of the square leg boundary, and 325 for 6. Harmer moves up to 10, and Pepper on 48. Very valuable innings actually, because we had the big partnership between Wesley and Walter, but Pepper is making sure that the good work of those two isn't completely wasted. Pepper surveys the field, having just come onto strike, and sees Lord approaching now. And that's short, that's a lovely shot from Pepper. I think that's got the legs to go to the boundary all right. Over the cover boundary for 4. It was just short of a length, it gave him width, and he went onto the back foot and forced it with excellent timing to the boundary. The extra applause you hear is for his 52 not out, and he's really beginning to become a useful batsman. Century in the last match. He's now fully adjusted from white ball to red ball, and he's proved what I've always thought, that the talent is there. It's the judgment that lets him down in the past, where he'll hit 2 sixes and then go for a third off the next ball and get out. And he's now quietened down for red ball cricket and tries to judge each delivery, and he's all the better for it. And what a boon it could be for Essex if he turns out to be a really successful wicketkeeper batsman for years to come, as Lord is in bowls to him, and not at all a good shot here. He went to try and drive it into the offside, ended up hitting across it. Maybe that the ball came back in quite sharply to him, and it ends up at mid-on, and he reflects the difficulty he had with that delivery by coming down and doing a fair old bit of gardening. The ball went up to Farhan Ahmed at mid-on. 329 for 6 on the board, 52 to Pepper, 10 to Harmer. Partnership now has put on 32 very useful runs. Lord's in, bowls to Pepper, nudges it into the offside, no run, fielded at cover. Probably Haynes there, no it isn't, it's just checking, Patterson White there. So 329 for 6, we're in the 91st over.
There's an interesting sound coming in through the...
Yes, not sure, I've heard it before here.
I'm not sure what it is.
Never been able to work out, sort of high whining noise. And Lord on his way again, bowls to the upright Pepper, comes back sharply outside off stump, takes him on the pad, but the shout you will have picked up in our effects, Mike, was merely one of frustration, because the bowler realised it would have gone down leg side. One of the important aspects of clever cricket, smart cricket, is not to just appeal for everything. You know, you want to make it so that the umpire knows that if you have appealed, it's probably a good shout, and he's more likely to be on your side if he knows you don't just appeal for anything.
You can't take the mickey.
No, exactly.
If you do it too often, and you kind of lose the legitimacy of it, becomes like the boy who cried wolf.
Indeed, perfectly described. Patterson White coming on to replace Lyndon James at the Cook end, with Essex 329 for 6.
LPW, as Dave likes to call him. Some left arm spin.
Yeah, nice one.
It's a nice abbreviation.
It is. And it's a bit of a mouthful, so it's a nice way of saving a bit of effort.
It is, as here he is, as he skips through to the crease now to Harmer, who drives straight back to him, fields off his own bowling.
Pepper very careful there to put his back in the crease, with the ball hit straight back to the bowler.
LPW in, and this time Harmer off the back foot defends respectfully back down the line of the wicket.
Yes, it sounds as if you're saying LBW, but LPW. It's the bowler, a very good one as well, slow left arm, coming round the wicket.
Here he is now, this one's slightly flatter and wider, and it's cut away down towards deep point. They'll come through for a single. Score moves to 230 for 6.
Yeah, it's such a long way out to that far boundary that if you were to sort of hit the ball less hard, there'd have to be a fair old chance of sneaking a second run.
Yes, definitely. If you hit it too hard, it gets to the fielder quicker, and you lose out on time as LPW's in, and this one's down the leg side, and Pepper plays it off the back foot, tucks it into the square leg area, which is vacant, and they'll pick up a single because Hasib Hamid has to go around from mid-wicket to do the fielding. He's really getting his steps in. I feel like he's everywhere. The ball's following him. As LPW in to Harmer now, who's forward and again defends to short extra cover.
Yes, if you're at all a good fieldsman, you like the ball to keep coming to you, because you can get very bored, you know, if you haven't touched the ball for an hour or so, a bit like a goalkeeper in a very one-sided football match.
LPW in again to Harmer, who's forward and drops this into the offside. He wants to push off with a single, but he won't get it. It is tightly squeezed on the offside, and that will conclude the end of the over as well from LPW. Essex 331 for 6 at the end of 92 overs. And looking at the time, it's 12:21. I believe we may be able to squeeze in 3 overs. 3 overs, maybe 4, depends how quickly we get through them.
I think 3 probably, because 2 of them will be bowled by the fast bowler.
That is true.
69 have been added for the loss of Wesley for 122 this morning, a 3rd wicket for Rob Lord, who's going to be bowling this coming over from the Gooch end. 53 to Pepper, has moved on from 21 overnight, really becoming a very successful replacement for Adam Rossington as Essex wicketkeeper batsman. And even if Cox is fit to wicketkeep next year, I wouldn't like to leave Pepper out of the side on the form he's struck in this second half of the season, as he plays the first ball of the Lord over into the covers to the aforesaid LPW, and Liam Patterson-White just hands the ball back to the bowler. 331 for 6, and after this over, Essex will still have 17 overs possible left in which to, well, they've already got 2 batting points. They should certainly, if they're not bowled out in the meantime, be looking for 4. That would be 400, and maybe even a 5th if Pepper was still there and were to let loose. He now faces Lord, and just a good, decent defensive shot, though he didn't like it. He's looking at his bat accusingly, but the reason why I say a good defensive shot, because that's a shot that didn't used to be in his repertoire at all in his predominantly white ball days, when he wasn't really getting a look in the first team, and only getting his chance because of the dual absences of both Rossington and Cox for one reason or another. Here is Lord making his lengthy way in again. Nice action he's got, and this ball is thick inside edge to deep mid wicket for a single. Pepper to 54, 332 for 6 on the board, and all this is a very good recovery for Essex from a one-time 86 for 4. Was always going to be a key partnership when Paul Walter joined Tom Wesley, and after that had added 142 for the 5th wicket. Then it opened up the possibility that there could be another productive partnership between Wesley and Pepper, and they put on 69, and so far Pepper and Harmer have added a further 35. Here is the next delivery. Harmer plays it.
Brilliantly
very nice fielding by Jack Haynes at backward point. It was played quite firmly, and he reached down and plucked the ball adroitly as he moved to his right and prevents a run. It
was hit firmly, but it was lucky that he actually got it on the bounce, so it was easy for him to pick up as well, as he could take it one-handed, going to his right on the bounce, and well, he's stopped a lot of runs there.
Lord coming in again. We're going to get through to lunch without further obstruction as Harmer plays the ball to the aforesaid Haynes at backward point, formerly of Worcestershire, one of several Hayneses on the circuit. This one is Jack, and they're all pretty good cricketers. It's the wonder of county cricket, really, if you can be good enough to be a regular in any of the county sides. You've not done badly, because it's not easy getting into a championship side. Even among the Division 2 sides, it still takes quite a bit of doing. And Lord's on his way in, bowls to Harmer. And Harmer swats, going down to long leg and not picked up cleanly down there by Luke Fletcher, but it was only ever going to be a single, provided he didn't let the ball through him, and there's quite a bit of him for it to get through, and that hasn't happened. Just a single. Harmer will keep the bowling, not for the first time we've said that. Harmer has 12, Pepper 54, and Essex are on the score that will forever be associated with Graham Gooch. 333, his mammoth innings at Lord's back in 1990, I think it was, and he was quite an old man at the time, 37. 6 wickets have gone down, 93 overs have been bowled.
Here's LPW. He's just waiting because I believe Pepper at the non-striker's end just needs to redo his shoelaces. So he's had to get rid of his gloves and he's currently tying his shoelaces again.
And he's propped his back against the stumps and almost knocked the bails off, but managed to pull off the trick. Problem could be that with this wind it might sort of blow off anyway. Anyway, he's done the job.
He has, and he's just getting his gloves on again, and we should be underway in just a few moments' time. As here we go, LPW in, and this one's a full delivery which is pushed out to mid-on. It's not going to be a run as Luke Fletcher does the fielding. Patterson White with ball in hand, ready to go again. He skips as he approaches the crease, and again this one's turned into the onside, and it doesn't get as far as Fletcher at mid-on. Hasib Hamid comes through and intercepts the ball from mid-wicket. Patterson White through again, this one on the off stump, and it's pushed to mid-off where it's fielded by Lyndon James.
Yes, he's bowling very usefully, Patterson White. He's only conceded 40 runs. This is his 18th over, going at only just over 2 and over. Hasn't looked like taking more than the odd wicket, a couple of turned, but it's not really a spinner's pitch.
He's in again now. This one's flighted up, and I believe Harmer just got beaten in the fight a little bit. He's hit that towards short extra cover and slightly uppishly.
It was, absolutely.
He's crouched ready to face again, and this one tucked round down towards deep square leg, angling into him, and they will take a single. Score moves on to 334 for 6, and we're just seeing a change in the field. Mid-off and mid-on have been dropped back into their long positions, and it is Pepper on strike, as I believe we have 2 deliveries left in this over.
Actually, it's only one.
One delivery. It's Patterson White in, and Pepper again gets a little bit of bat on this and runs it down fine. It's probably going to go all the way. It does. Man at long leg is in the pursuit, but he can save his legs, and that is going to end the over with a boundary. 338 for 6, Essex at the end of 94.
Yeah, very clever cricket from Pepper. He's a man who can hit mighty sixes, but like Harmer earlier, just that little glance down to help the ball on the way to the boundary. Nothing the fieldsman could do about it. And the art of batting, particularly in red ball cricket, is to accumulate rather than dominate. There's nothing wrong with dominating, but if the bowling's good, you can't a lot of the time. So you have to be good at accumulating, and the clever players, I think of people like the Flower brothers, Andy and Grant, were both quite unique in a way, in the way they could get the narrowest of angles, both sides behind the wicket. So the most delicate of late cuts, the most delicate of fine glances, and you know, you can pick up just as many runs that way as if you try and belt the ball through mid-wicket.
Exactly, it all adds up eventually. It just ticks along. If you get ones and a few twos, it all will accumulate, and there's going to be a change in bowling for the last over before lunch. Farhan Ahmed comes back into the attack to replace Lord from the Graham Gooch end, and I believe this is your over, Paul, so I'll let you
Thank you.
Guide us through.
I think not a bad move, in that, you know, Nottinghamshire might just be able to pick up a wicket. Bit of batsman carelessness, waiting for lunch maybe. In fact, the two batsmen are in the light, I think, of this bowling change. Maybe Harmer is just saying to his much younger partner, Michael Pepper, if you come on to strike, don't get carried away. Lunch is approaching. Just play it sensibly, because the two of them have done well in adding 41 so far for the 7th wicket. It would be a bad time for Essex to lose a 7th wicket and herald the beginning of the tail. Not that Snater's incapable of batting, or Cook and Porter, but here is Farhan Ahmed in. Maybe the first over he's bowled from the gooch end. A single to Harmer, so if he did go up to give a bit of advice to Pepper, it's appropriate. And we have a rather ill-timed series of church bells ringing out in the distance as though it's actually midday rather than half past the hour. Obviously it needs adjusting. Quite a loud bong. It's going through the full 12. And it's stopped it on the 12 as Ahmed's in. Bowls to Pepper. Pepper all defence here. Whether or not that's to do with any advice he might have been given. The bongs have started again. Someone is clearly deciding it's playtime. 3:39 for 6 on the board. We're in the 95th over. Ahmed bowls again. Quicker delivery. Pepper turns it round to backward square for a single. Moves to 59. That will probably be his lunchtime score. He'd be very happy with that, to have batted through the entire morning session. If so, of course, it's quite possible with 3 balls left of the over for Harmer to get a single and rotate the strike again. But Harmer himself may be quite happy just to knock the ball back to the bowler 3 times. We'll see. Got a slip and a leg slip in now. Clark at slip, McCann at leg slip. Harmer duly placed the first of the 3 back to the bowler. 3:40 for 6. 78 added in the morning session. Don't forget we lost 10 overs between 11 and 11:30, roughly, as Ahmed is in bowls. Harmer plays it just wide of the bowler down to deep mid-on. No run. And just the 1 ball of the morning session remains. It's been not the sort of day where you're keen, but not over keen. Cricket watcher wants to sit there in this nasty breeze. As here's the last ball before lunch, and Harmer's whacked this into the distance, and that's just going to be signalled 6 by Rob White. He hit it back over long on. It was a deep mid-on, not a long on, and Harmer, completely in contrast to the rest of his innings, it's been very controlled up to that point, but I think he decided, in spite of the advice he may have given earlier in the over to his partner, I'm having that one. Now I'm just wondering if they are coming off for lunch, because, well, the umpires are coming down, but the players are not leaving the field. Now, of course, we lost half an hour. There may be readjusted times here. The score's 3:46 for 6 with that 6. Harmer has 20. And there are 59 to Pepper. Luke Fletcher is walking off with Rob White, with in fact
ball lost.
Yeah, it's the ball that has been lost actually, and they're having to go and look. It's Peter Hartley that's left with Luke Fletcher. Rob White's trailing a few yards behind, but clearly looks as if perhaps lunch will be 12:40. And meanwhile, they're having to look for a replacement ball. From the way that Farhan Ahmed was brought into the attack for that over, it looks as if the fielding side may have believed that was going to be the last over before lunch. But if so, they have been proved wrong, as indeed I have. 3:46 for 6 in 95. They've got a different ball, and they're making their way back out again. 3 wise men. Peter Hartley, Luke Fletcher between them, and Rob White on the right. So, we probably have another 2 or 3 overs to go. And I shall be updating the BBC Essex lunchtime news. I may just have to notify that we're moving on further than we thought.
Here's going to be LPW to continue. Lunch will probably be pushed a little later, maybe in 5 minutes time or so at 12:40, but at the moment it's LPW to Pepper, who leans on his bat in his stance now and is forward and defends. Although I must admit, the way Harmer came down the track in that last delivery against Ahmed, I did think that was a good way to go to lunch.
Yes,
I thought that was a bit more calculated than it was. As in comes LPW now, and this one's a beautiful delivery. It's done all sorts in the air and off the wicket, and it's gone straight into the gloves of Reina.
I mean, I think the players certainly ought to have known it wasn't the last over before lunch, but both the bowling change and Harmer hitting the last ball of the over for 6 were a little bit indicating perhaps they were thinking it might be the last before lunch. But never mind, we're not grumbling. The weather's holding, so let's play more.
LPW win. This is flatter and pushed off the back foot down towards long off. They'll come through for a single. That brings Harmer on to strike.
I heard no announcement of any change to the lunch times.
There was an announcement as the umpires were walking towards the stand below us, but I couldn't quite hear because we were nattering away.
Yeah.
So I could hear our own voices, but not
Right.
the announcement.
50 partnership, by the way, for the 7th wicket with that single.
LPW in skips as Harmer in his stance is forward and defends, and there was a part of me that thought he was looking at the sweep shot there. His hands in his stance went wide, and then he brought them back in and decided to play with the full face of the bat.
Yep, quite right. Change of mind.
He was tempted. This probably reassesses the time it is, and with a few overs left to go before lunch, you don't want to be giving it away, especially you've just brought up a 50 partnership. You're both pretty set.
Yeah, it's the 3rd consecutive 50 partnership, following 142 for the 5th wicket and 69 for the 6th.
Here's LPW ready to go now as Harmer taps his bat and looks up and is forward, and at the last minute brings his bat down to defend and opens at the face of the bat at the same time. It goes to backward point.
Nottinghamshire will be hell-bent, if they can't win this game, at least to get the draw from it. Defeat would not be what they want at all.
Here's LPW in again, and Harmer lunges into a defence into the offside. It's going to be the end of the over as well. 96 overs gone. Essex 347 for 6, and by the looks of it, we're still going to get another few overs in.
Yeah, and it's normally on these occasions the sessions are adjusted so that lunch is 1:10. Now this is on normal timings, of course. We're now in 10:30 mode, but thinking of it in old money, 1 o'clock sort of becomes 1:10, and then the tea interval gets pushed back to about 3:50. So if we then take that back half an hour to 10:30 starts, I'm expecting this session to end at 12:40, and tea might be 3:20 now, but we'll wait and see about that until we hear an official announcement. So this could yet now be the last over before lunch, as Farhan Ahmed bowls from the gooch end, initially to Pepper, plays it back to the bowler. We're, according to my watch, currently at 12:39, and even though the off spinner's very quick through his overs, it would still be 12:40 by the end of it, as he comes in for the second delivery thereof. Bowls, Pepper defends. Luke Fletcher, unusually to be found at backward point, uniquely as far as this innings goes. Make sure there's no chance to snatch a single. 3-4-7 for 6. Partnership on exactly 50. Ahmed to bowl to Pepper on 60. Quicker delivery, keeps a bit low, single is taken. Fletcher didn't have that far to move from backward point, but Pepper very quick to spot the chance of the single, and Harmer very quick to respond. Not a lot more Fletcher could have done in all conscience. 3:48 for 6. We have 3 deliveries left of this, what may or may not be the final over before lunch. I suspect it will be. Bowles gives this more air. Harmer not to be tempted. No hint that he might try and repeat his 6 of the previous over. Plays it out to Haynes, moving to his left from cover in the infield. No chance of a run there. Pepper, with the single earlier in the over, has moved on to 61. Harmer's beginning to show signs of aggression on 20, but I would think if he thinks this is the last over before lunch, he'll probably just settle for being there. And a good delivery from Ahmed, played with due respect by Harmer, back to the bowler. And if this is the last over before lunch now, well, there's just this one ball left. Gone a little bit darker than it was 5 minutes ago, but Ahmed's in and bowls to Harmer. Glances this round, they go for a quick single, well spotted by Pepper, and they get this single. I think they are beginning to move off toward the pavilion. So there we are, that is lunch, with the score at 349 for 6. It began at 262, 87 runs added in the session that was foreshortened by half an hour. Wesley, the man to go in the morning session. His grand knock ended being bowled by Lord for 122, but he played a terrific hand for his side. Meanwhile, Pepper has batted throughout the session for a very good 61 not out, adjusting his T20 style very well now to red ball cricket. And Harmer, after a slow start, has moved on to 21. We will be back with you. Therefore, it's 12:40, so 40 minutes will take it to 1:20. And I will be joined at that time by Dave Bracegirdle. The only action in the meantime, action in inverted commas, will be an update into the BBC Essex 1 o'clock news. For the moment, hold tight everyone.
I am, yeah.
Testing 234, 234. Standing by.
Lampard on Friday yesterday, with the two numbers significantly higher. An Essex MP said hundreds of constituents had contacted her over concerns over the University of European that stopped Louis Goldman, the Liberal Democrat MP for Chelmsford, who joined with her party colleagues in forcing a vote on Labour's controversial plan at later today. The government is set to stop the £300 payment to most pensioners and instead focus on giving it to the most vulnerable, such as those on additional benefits. The Prime Minister says he's aware the move is unpopular, but stresses the government is dealing with a financial black hole in the country's finances. Mrs. Goldman says residents are angry about the changes. I have had some I just wish the government would about this, and if they do have to do something along this line, then they have something else to do with place. That's found with the community cafe, which is aiming to bring about a sense of belonging in Billericay, says it's proving to be a huge success. Kind is run by a charity and customers pay what they can afford. Founder Ram Goyle says the biggest challenge is getting people through the door.
There's lots of misunderstanding. Is this for homeless people? Is this for charitable purposes? So when they come in through the door to see the amount of space we've got, how well it's laid out, how friendly we are, and everybody keeps coming back for more and more. But it's just getting people to understand, because we are so different, getting people to understand why we're different.
Essex are playing their penultimate home match at the County Championship. The stop yesterday, but they Nottinghamshire in Chelsea.
strain, but at the moment the light's good, or is good at least in the context of what it's been like in this match generally. And here come both the Nottinghamshire fieldsmen and the Essex batsmen, or batters if you prefer, and 349 for 6, 61 to Pepper, 21 to Harmer. Wesley, the only dismissal of the day so far, bowled by Lord, who has 3 of the 6 wickets to fall, Rob Lord, and Wesley made 122, 349 for 6, 97 overs bowled, so 13 overs remain for Essex. They'll certainly need only a single to pick up a third batting point, and should get at least 4, probably not 5, and Notts will do well if they can pick up 3 wickets to give them their full 3 bowling points. Dave?
Yes, good afternoon, Paul. Good afternoon, everybody. I just hope there's an increase in tempo here now. This game seems to be meandering along. I don't think we've had a full session yet. I think they've all been either truncated or started late.
Yeah, absolutely.
The 3 yesterday certainly were, even though we got 74 overs in, it was very much a stop-start day, and this morning it was as well. We lost half an hour or so. It's just nice to get a full session in, although, of course, if Notts were to get these 4 wickets, it would be a session that did see a brief interruption for a change of innings, but that's all ahead of us. It's going to be Liam Patterson-White to get us underway with the traditional little hop at the start of his run, and the first ball right on the mark there, and just for a millisecond I thought Simon Harmer had played round it. He hadn't, he got something on it. 1 slip, a little breezy out there. We did have the covers on for much of the luncheon interval, as a few drops of rain were in the air, as Liam Patterson-White gets this one to turn away from Simon Harmer and go through to the keeper. Harmer's on 21. Came to the wicket this morning at the fall of Tom Wesley's demise. The Essex skipper out for 122. There's Patterson-White still wicketless, bowls, and Simon Harmer defends. Floodlights are on. The sky is grey. Does the sun ever shine in Essex in September?
It did last year.
Patterson-White tosses this up, and Harmer clips it to the Nottinghamshire captain at mid-wicket, Asiba Mead. Fletcher's at mid-on, just a glance up here, as he then turns and walks in with the bowler. And we'll have to do some fielding here, but they take a single. He was to deepish mid-on, and that is the applause, the ripple of applause, which I think will get a little bit of... no, I was going to say it will increase as the spectators realise it's the 350 up and another batting point, another bonus point for Essex, takes them to 3. But it was just a smattering, wasn't it?
Yeah, not too many people here today.
Patterson-White to Pepper, first ball, Michael Pepper's face before lunch, and he just thrust the bat at it and it pops up on the offside. So 1 from the opening over of the afternoon. That's the end of the 98th over of the innings. Essex 350 for 6, so 12 overs now in which bonus points can still be accrued. Essex need 50 runs from 12 overs. Be interesting to see if they elect to push on and try and get there. Over the course of the innings they've been going along at somewhere I saw the run rate for the innings, but it's confounded me now where I did see it, but
yeah, it's going to be very nearly 3.5 and over. Yeah,
it is. So they'd need to increase that tempo if they're to get another 50 runs in 12 overs. Meanwhile, Notts need to break this partnership and get 2 more wickets if they're to get another bonus point. I just hope we don't just meander along, and at the end of the 110th over the Essex are 375 for 6 or something like that, and then we've not really gone anywhere. Here's Lyndon James.
Bowls to Harmer, plays us into the covers. There will be no run there, but Patterson-White fields the ball, and 350 for 6.
You know, you'd like to think, I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of the Nottinghamshire dressing room, let alone the Essex dressing room, but I could have more of a stab at maybe guessing what Notts would do in a similar situation, and that would be to say to the the one set player, the one player we know that can clear the ropes. There's a bonus point up for grabs here, so try and push on. But let's see if Pepper is in that position.
And Harmer has now worked the ball round for at least a single. It will only be a single to deep backward square leg. 351 for 6. And Harmer, who himself is more than capable of clearing the ropes, is a very powerful hitter, moves along to 23. So I don't have much doubt if these two are still there, approaching the end of the counting overs, that Essex will quite comfortably reach the 400. But having said that, strange things happen, and Essex have been guilty at times, without a doubt, of missing out on a bonus point that had seemed to be there for the taking. But they couldn't wish for two better people to have there, if they are intending to get on with it, to do so in Pepper and Harmer. And Pepper now works the ball for 2 runs down to deep backward point. Quite a long run round for Jack Haynes to complete the fielding, and with that brace, Pepper moves on to 63 and the score to 363 for 6. No, 53 for 6.
To this casual onlooker from 100 yards away, it looks as hard in the middle as concrete, but Pepper went down, did a bit of gardening, and as he was prodding there was a bit of a gust, bit of a breeze, and some dust certainly blew from the area that he was popping down.
James bowls and Pepper plays defensively to mid-off, and he remains on 63, the score at 353 for 6.
He's doing it again, look, going down and doing a bit of gardening, and I wonder if it's starting to just to break up a little bit.
Well, it'd be good news from an Essex point of view if it is, with a handsome number of runs on the board. On the whole, Chelmsford pitches don't deteriorate much. Sometimes they actually get harder and harder to take wickets as the game goes on. As James bowls, well, he nearly got one there. A little bit of a attempted, it's a no ball. Thank you, Dave, I missed that. 355 for 6. There's a bit of a flashy shot from Pepper. I don't think would have known it was a no ball at the time. He went for that and missed, and it goes through to Verena.
39 extras now.
Yeah, it's too many.
Did see actually that in that very brief Essex, in that very brief Leicestershire innings yesterday, where they bowled out for 98, there were no extras at all.
Next delivery from James, and Pepper plays it down to mid-off, no run. And yes, incidentally, in that game, for a while, Leicestershire themselves had been taking Yorkshire wickets, but there were some big partnerships, one of over 100 in the later Yorkshire wickets. Fisher coming in at 10 got 88, and in the end, Century from wicketkeeper Johnny Tattersall has taken them all the way up to the better part of 400, and it's a huge mountain for Leicestershire to climb.
Yes, if the weather day finish.
James bowls, and that's a little bit edgy, but perfectly safe down to third man and be able to come back for a second run. As Jack Haynes does the honours, very good fieldsman Haynes, and score along to 357 for 6, and Pepper 265. That was the last ball of the over, 2 helpings of 2 runs from it. Harmer will be on strike for the start of the next over on 23.
So that's 99 overs completed, and Essex have moved on to 357, so they're already making pretty good headway towards getting up to 400 in the 110th over. Or before.
Patterson White has done a grand job for his captain, actually. He's not got any wickets, but he's been very economical.
Yeah, they're not taking any liberties against Liam, who is only coming in off 3 or 4 paces, but his very brief journey into the crease there was interrupted by a really strong gust of wind, which buffeted him, knocked him back, so he starts again and bowls to Simon Harmer. Just works it on the leg side, fielded by Lyndon James in the short-sleeved polo shirt, Notts cricket shirt. Yeah, if you weren't with us this morning, we were in a debate about t-shirts and polo shirts, to collar or not to collar.
Indeed, for Pepper, James is disappearing down to deep backward square leg.
Patterson White. He goes down on one knee, and we saw him play that a number of times before lunch, and I'm surprised that Notts haven't put somebody there. It's gone for 4. Did play that shot, I think, 3 times in a row, didn't he, before lunch? Just dabbing it away fine, just going down on one knee and just deflecting it away, and Nasiba Mead might just have forgotten that he liked that shot so much.
Well, he may have done, but he's at the moment not putting anybody in there to plug the gap at fine leg.
Maybe that's down to the bowler saying, it's all right, Skip, don't worry, I won't bowl there again. Let's see. Well, there we go. There's another one, just tickled away fine.
He's got a nice throwing arm, Lyndon James. He's got one of those very nice sort of flick throws, very powerful. No effort at all, straight in the wicket-keeper's gloves.
Patterson White in again. It's time to Harmer, who defends. And there's no run. A little bit of a breeze, as we've said. Again he's not delivered the ball. I know not why there. I don't think that was the breeze on that instance.
No, I think you're right.
Just have got his studs caught or something put him off. Bowls again, this time on the pads, and this is worked through mid-wicket, so a bit of a chase round for Jack Haynes, who will get there, and then tried to pick it up and throw it in all in once, and it was the old nutmeg, straight through his hands and straight through his legs for 4. And that comes, I think, just an over after I heard Paul say Jack Haynes a fine fielder. He's a fine fielder.
Yes, I wasn't wrong,
you
but
you can have an assist for that.
Yeah. So I put the knockers on him.
Yes, an unexpected boundary. Notts haven't been at their best in the field over the course of these 4 and a bit sessions. Another one driven into the offside, and indeed through the offside. That's going to go for 4. Ben Slater rushes round but can't get there, so a disappointing end to the over for Liam Patterson White. Back-to-back boundaries. The first one should certainly have been cut off, everybody knows that. No need to bang the drum, but in the case of Essex, they've scored 21 in the last 2 overs, haven't they?
Yeah.
It was
yes, and
the 350 came up at the end of the 98th, and at the end of the 100th, the 371.
No, I said they would get a move on these 2. They're very capable of doing so. Fairness to Jack Haynes, he had run full tilt from cover to third man, and as he looked up, and you could understand why, because he's looking to see if there's a chance of a run out, and it's what happens to fielders as they look up just as the ball's approaching. Sometimes they don't look back again soon enough. Here's Lyndon James starting a new over from the gooch end, and Pepper steers it straight to Hamid at mid-wicket. There's no run. 3-7-1 for 6, and Essex have all but 1 ball of 10 overs to get 29 runs to post the 4th batting bonus point.
Maybe they're after 79 to get the full complement.
Well, stranger things have happened. I don't think they get there quite, even if they tried. I wouldn't mind seeing them try.
79 in 10 overs.
Yeah. Well, these 2 could do it.
Yeah, exactly. But
wicket had changes. James is in. Bowls to Pepper. Pepper has played it back past the bowler. They get at least 1 here, and probably only 1. Oh no, they're going to come back for a second. The ball ran on a little bit further than I thought, and eventually it's retrieved only about 10 yards shy of the long-on boundary, and Pepper, for basically a defensive push, has picked up another 2 to go to 72 and scored a 373 for 6. James approaching the top of his not inconsiderable run-up. Got the 1 wicket. So far Lord has 3. Fletcher 1. Farhan Ahmed 1. James comes bounding it. Bowls. Pepper runs this into the offside, and they're going to come back for a second. It's almost like watching a T20 game all of a sudden. A really good running there. Pepper is very quick. He went to backward point And although Patterson White gave it a very good chasing down, there was nothing he could do to prevent the second run. 375 for 6 and Pepper to 74. Might even be in with a squeak of getting his 100 for the second consecutive match. But having said that, if my comment about Jack Haynes is anything to go by, he's got no chance.
He's on 72, I think. Didn't Walter get out for 72 yesterday? Yeah,
he did, yeah. As he runs the next ball down to third man. Again, he's run the first one quickly, but quickly decides that he's had enough for this over in terms of being out of breath. Jack Haynes gets round quickly and fields it well this time. 376 for 6 with just looking, Harmer has 32 and yes, Pepper 75. Harmer it is who will now take strike.
I should say the push is on right now. They're running really hard.
They are. 2 slips still in place. James bowls and it's ball straight to cover. Patterson White, no run.
Must have misheard there. I thought Lyndon James was asking for one of the slips to come out and reinforce the cordon, but no sign of anybody moving. Still Joe Clark at first, Freddie McCann at second. This ball is now in its 21st over, so we're starting to lose a little bit of its hardness. Might be a good idea actually to reinforce that offside.
James bowls and this one is a little bit short and it's pulled round by Harmer for a single to long leg, and he moves up to 33, the score to 377 for 6, and that completes the over. 6 runs from it, and Essex continue to look odds on now to get to the 400.
Yeah, Notts haven't been able to put the brakes on at all since lunch. I did suggest it might be time to increase the tempo. That's exactly what's happened. This game could have just meandered between lunch and tea, and this is day 2 out of 4. I think the weather forecast is for it to be a little better on days 3 and 4, but we might not get all the overs in today. Might be around about tea time where once again we're looking towards the skies with fingers crossed. Here's Patterson White into bowl to Simon Harmer, and South African blocks with another South African stood behind him.
Yeah, the forecast has changed. It was very good for tomorrow initially, 2 days ago, but now they're sort of suggesting it might be quite a wet afternoon, so let's hope it doesn't turn out that way.
Let's shake hands and knock it on the head. Next one's pushed into the off. Shouldn't say that. It's a long old winter, isn't it? And you get to November and December and January, and you'd die for a afternoon watching the cricket at Chelmsford, even if it is cold and wet and blustery.
Yeah. You've put that spot on.
Next ball sent down by Liam Patterson White. A little bit of turn there, but it's played with control by Harmer. Soft hands, pushes it to backward point for Khan Ahmed doing the fielding.
The summer 5 or 6 months seems to last for about 2 or 3 months, and the winter's 6 months seems to last forever.
Patterson White, 2 little ducks on his bat. Bowls, this is it down the ground to Fletcher. Single. Just breaks the run of dots at the start of this Patterson White over. 3 dots and now a single. Brings Michael Pepper back onto strike. Fletcher and Rob Lord pushed back down below us at long on and long off respectively, but single taken instead through the offside by Michael Pepper. Continues on his merry way to 76. Good to see Rob Lord actually, just his second county championship match. He's doing a lot of the clapping and the geeing up, which is it's always nice to see when a youngster comes into the side. Another single taken by Simon Harmer. Liam Patterson White takes his cap from umpire Hartley. The end of the over, and Asiba Mead deliberately walked over to Liam and said something then, so Just wonder if that might be the end of his spell.
Yeah, he might have been saying good over, because there were just 3 singles from it, and in the light of what had gone before, that's an achievement. 380 for 6, and Essex want 20 further runs for the 4th batting point and have 8 overs in which to do it.
Or 70, and they've got 8 overs in which to do it for the full complement.
No, that's right.
We are now getting one of the slips coming out of the grabbers. Joe Clark has gone to, where's he going, a deepish gully?
Yep.
Don't think he knows if he's going to be standing there or not, because bowler and captain are still in earnest conversation at the far end. Joe Clark's just positioned himself in a holding berth at the moment, just waiting for further instruction. Then he waves to the skipper. Where do you want me? Oh, he might as well come back into slip. And he does.
So James comes roaring in, bowls to Harmer, who's turned this down into the onside. Maybe just pad, wait and see if there's a leg by signal. There is. So that takes the score to 381 for 6. Always a little bit difficult when you're masked by the batsman as to whether there's been a little bit of bat or it's just off the pad. So Harmer stays on 35. Now Clark is going to move, not to where he was before actually. He's heading toward backward point. And Freddie McCann is the lone slip fielder now. James on his way, light holding up at the moment. Bowles and Pepper's forced this off the back foot into the offside. They've taken one, there can't be a second because Haynes is quick to get to the ball. And 382 for 6 and Pepper to 77.
A little surprised we haven't seen Freddie McCann bowl actually in this innings. I mean, now's not the right time with the ball only 20 overs old, but certainly as we meandered our way through the overs, the 70 to 80 overs spell last night, and maybe even again this morning, they might just have given Freddie a few overs. Right arm off spinner, talented all-rounder.
Harmer doesn't score off the next ball, which he mistimes, and it goes to Hamid at mid-wicket. So Essex, having had that spurt, have been pegged back slightly in the last 8 or 9 deliveries, probably calculating, I don't think they will go for 450, but probably calculating that they've got close enough to 400 now to freewheel down the slope, as it were. From the gooch end, it's James coming in again, still with those 2 slips in. Bowles, Harmer has pulled this ball hard. It's very well stopped actually, because the ball took a nasty turn in the outfield, and they only get a single for what might have turned into a 4.
Good stuff from Ben Slater.
Slater, yeah, thank you.
On that fence, he's pretty much been out there, apart from the brief period he had at short leg yesterday. He's pretty much been out there on that fence.
383 for 6 therefore. Harmer on to 36, and Pepper back on strike on 77. Sees James approaching, light just dipping a little bit again as Pepper hits the next delivery straight to cover. No run there. 383 for 6. Neither batsmen are committing themselves in a what we might call a cavalier manner. Certainly they're not playing out of the Dan Lawrence textbook that we saw and basically I think despaired of the other day. They've kept their eye on the ball, and even when they found that acceleration, they weren't cow shots. As here is James in, bowls to Pepper, thinks about a single as he plays it just past the bowler and quickly about turns, and he therefore surrenders a strike, because that's the last ball of a decent over from James, let it be said, because they're both trying to score if they can, but it was a tight over. 36 to Harmer, 77 to Pepper, and score 383 for 6. 7 overs remain, and if Essex are to get to the 400 for the 4th batting point, they have 17 further runs to get.
Play still underway, going on, continuing, whatever you wish, in all 9 county championship games. All the scores and all the commentary available, of course, on the BBC Sport website and app. Durham are 66 for 2 at Chesterley Street, replying to Lancashire's 228. As Liam Patterson-White comes in to bowl to Simon Harmer, who's hit on the pad. It balloons up to slip off only pad, and umpire Hartley turns down Liam Patterson-White's request for an LBW, and with it would have been his first wicket of the match. At Canterbury, Kent are playing Hampshire. Young Tom Prest has had a day to remember there. He was unbeaten at lunch as the next one's pushed back to him. In fact, he's now out for 102. 382 for 9, Hampshire. But talented young player, one of many on the county circuit. At Taunton, the match between the top two, Surrey 128 for 2. As Patterson-White bowls again, Harmer leaves his crease and defence. At New Road, Warwickshire 93 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's 307. Get into Division 2, and Leicestershire have lost a wicket already. They're 34 for 1. Almost 300 behind Yorkshire, only on day 2. As the next delivery is turned away on the leg side. Again, a puff of dust as that one pitched from Patterson-White, and the movement as well in the crease at the far end from Harmer. So things just starting to change with regards to the surface, I fancy. Next delivery sent down by Patterson-White, and that one just spat up a little bit at Simon Harmer, who defended it well. Gloucestershire 96 for 4 at Lords in Division 2. Middlesex made 377. They're into the third innings of the match at Northampton, and Northampton 9 for 1 second time round, leading Derbyshire by 63. Patterson-White bowls, and a reverse, a proper switch hit is nicely executed by Simon Harmer. He played that as a left-hander. Absolutely textbook fashion. Hit it nice and clean all the way along the ground, played as a left-hander, and it was hit behind square on the leg side as he'd switched round. Got into a position very quickly and executed it nicely, and Harmer on his way to 40 now. 387 for 6. Played that one well.
He did. No, perfectly timed, and he nailed it in that expression that's become very commonplace. So it's, I think, pretty much the first reverse sweep we've seen in the innings. 13 more needed to reach 400 for Essex, and they've got 6 overs in which to do it, with 40 now to Harmer. I did point out that if he ever gets into double figures, which hasn't been that often recently, he usually does go on and make a 50 or 60, as Pepper helps himself to a single down to deep square leg, and Ben Slater from the first ball of the new Lyndon James over at the end of it will bring Nicky Chowdhury back to join Dave Bracegirdle, and scored to 388 for 6 here with 78 to Michael Pepper, and he has survived a very, very good stumping call that we feel should have been upheld when he made about 19, and he certainly profited from that as James is in to bowl to Harmer. Harmer won't get a run here as he plays it to Hamid at mid-wicket, 388 for 6.
Don't forget you can now find us on your smart speaker. Just tell it to ask BBC Sounds to play Essex versus Notts Day 2.
And I've just spotted the first bit of blue sky, genuine little, there's not much of it, but it's there in the entire of the 2 days so far. It's beginning to narrow again as clouds start moving into the gap, as here is Harmer bending into the offside.
Another no ball.
390 for 6 then. And
we might be getting, you have to have a look, we might be getting perilously close to applauding
50 for the extras.
50 for the extras, that's 42.
Yes.
Of which 20 are now no balls, so that's 10 times they've overstepped, costing 20 runs.
James, again, what will be a 7-ball over minimum. Bowls, and they go for a very quick single here, but it's well judged. Was sufficiently wide of Patterson-White, hurtling in from cover towards point, and nothing he could have done to prevent it. 391 for 6 Harmer to 41. Yes, not to be very interested in that game up at Chester Street. Darren Dave was just telling us 66 for 2. I notice Alex Lees is still in there, and he might be a major friend to Nottinghamshire there, because he's quite capable of making 100 in that game. As James is in, bowls, and this ball is handsomely smashed into the deep recesses of cover there, and the throw isn't very accurate, but in any case they would have been back for 2. Good running from Pepper, who's very quick between the wickets, takes him to 80, and scored a 393 for 6 in the 105th.
Leicestershire now 2 wickets down. It's almost like yesterday morning all over again.
Yeah, it is.
Yorkshire 8 wickets away from wrapping up a 2-day win at Grace Road, as the sun really does now announce itself to all and sundry inside the county ground.
Highly likely that the Tykes will be back in Division 1 next season, as Pepper plays a dot ball to mid-wicket.
Well, you say that. They're third. They're only just behind Sussex and Middlesex, but running out of games if they win that, yeah. But Middlesex very much in charge against Gloucestershire, Sussex very much in charge against Glamorgan. It could well be.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to miss out of those 3.
What I do feel about Yorkshire is that they've got great momentum. They didn't start well, but they've really been piling on the points in recent matches. I know the others haven't done badly either. Here's James in, bowls, and that ball is played into or back to the bowler. No run from it. 393 for 6. Essex will get their 4th batting point because they've 5 overs to make 7 runs. Pepper has 80. There are 41 to Harmer. The partnership now has put on 96 for the 7th wicket, and Nicky Chowdhury is about to join Dave Bracegirdle.
Thank you, Paul. Liam Patterson-White from this end of the ground, just having a chat with his captain, Asib Hamid. 7 runs then required for that 4th batting point by Essex. Notts' hopes of getting a 3rd bowling point evaporating by every single delivery that fails to pick up a wicket. Unlikely, you'd say now, they're going to get 3 wickets in the next 5 overs, but here we go with Liam Patterson-White bowling one which would have angled down the leg side, but Harmer tried to deflect it away for runs, only pushes it to Asib Hamid, and there's no run. Patterson-White doesn't take long to get through his overs, as we know, and comes in again down the leg side, well taken by Verena, as Harmer with a conventional attempt at a sweep this time. Doesn't get anything on that ball. Good wicket keeping. 393 for 6. The home side put into bat yesterday morning in the most miserable, dreary grey conditions. It wasn't an option for Asib Hamid to do anything different at that stage. But then, of course, it got worse and worse and worse, so he didn't start for 70 minutes. As Patterson-White in again, and Harmer just did a little fiddle outside his off stump, a little bit of bounce and turn, goes through into the gloves of the keeper. Rob Lord's just turning his arm over down here at long off. They're just getting loose, or maybe he's got the call to come on and replace Lyndon James next over. We'll have to see. This one again would have angled down the leg side, but it's fired into the pads of Simon Harmer, and the runs have just dried up in this over for the home side, so maybe any thoughts that I had of them getting to 400 and then kicking on to reach 450, maybe I was the only one wondering if they would do that. Patterson-White again bowls. Harmer leaves his crease but can't get it beyond the outstretched arm of the bowler, so this is good from Liam Patterson-White. That's 5 dots in a row at a time when Essex are just looking to keep the board moving, make sure they got to 400 as quickly as they could. Last ball of the over. Patterson-White round the wicket bolts, and Harmer will get a single, so he'll keep strike, but that's good from Liam Patterson-White, who remains wicketless but remains an omnipresent threat. 24 overs, none for 69. Essex 394 for 6, and Paul Newton has metamorphosised into Nicky Chowdhury. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it's nicer and brighter after lunch. And I'm full of all tricks.
Good.
Turning into Paul, like you just said.
They're off for rain at Leicester. That might drag that game out a little bit. Leicestershire 35 for 2 in their second innings. And it's raining in the East Midlands as Rob Lord comes back into the attack. Taking the only wicket to fall today, that of Tom Westley, when he was bowling from this end. See what he can do from the far end.
Yep, you're right. He was warming up down at long off in the previous over, and he's coming back into the attack from the Graham Gooch end. I believe he is ready to go as well. So in he runs now towards Harmer. He looks ahead and is forward and softly drops this in on the front foot, opens the face of the bat. It runs to backward point. It's not going to be a run. And Harmer and Pepper just meeting each other in the middle. And they quickly exchanged a word, and Pepper's had a bit of a chuckle and walked back. We should be ready to go for the second delivery as well. And clearly the weather has warmed up a little bit, because I can see some of the spectators to our right hand side in the stand have got themselves a nice little beverage at hand, as in comes Lord now, and this one's fuller and it's driven beautifully, and it's a fantastic piece of fielding. Completely, like, it happens so quickly at extra cover. It's driven hard, and sure, extra covers put their hand out and it's just stuck. Great job to stop 4 runs there.
Yeah, Patterson wide again. He's saved a lot of runs in that position.
Lord in to Harmer now, runs towards us from the Graham Gooch end, is through and back of a length, and this is hit uppishly through the offside and down to deep cover. They'll come through for a single. Score moves to 295 for 6. Both batters just, again, exchanging some words between them as they make their way back to their respective positions. And Lord's got ball in hand. He does a bit of a juggle at the top of his mark, and then is ready to set off once again down towards Harmer. And this time he looks to cut it away. Down towards Pepper. He looks to cut it away, but doesn't get any bat on it. It goes straight into the gloves of Verena. Look over there, Dave. There's some blue sky.
Is that coming this way then?
Don't know. Just going to refresh our weather page, which obviously I don't want to refresh because it's not giving me good news. But in runs Lord now as Pepper shuffles and gets off the back foot, tucks this round down towards deep square leg, will go for the 1, looks for the 2s, pushing the 2, and will just about make it back. It was no danger from Pepper's end, but Harmer on the other hand was just making ground. They do get 2.
100 partnership between Michael Pepper and Simon Harmer. Pretty much an even-ish split. Pepper 47 of the runs, Harmer 43, 10 extras in that century partnership as well. Lots of gifted too many runs away, courtesy of no balls over the course of this innings.
In comes Lord in now, and this one's left alone by Pepper as it goes through into the gloves of Verena, and that is going to be the end of the over as well. Essex 397 for 6 at the end of 107 overs.
So 3 more overs at Essex's disposal here. They only need the 3 runs, certainly no intent to push on to try and reach 450 quickly. That's long since gone. Also the prospects of Notts having 9 wickets on the board by the end of the 110th over. That also isn't going to happen now, you suspect. Patterson White to bowl. Just bringing Luke Fletcher in a couple of paces to a more conventional mid-on. He was sort of halfway back, but this is cut out to Slater on the offside by Harmer. Single moves him on to 44. Michael Pepper's on 82, so both have individual milestones as well as the team goal just around the corner. There's Liam Patterson-White. It's ball to Michael Pepper. Down on one knee, and then he just paddles it away fine, and that will go over the rope for 4 more. And again, Notts have been warned and been warned and been warned and been warned, but they've not done anything to stop him playing that shot or put somebody there, and that takes Essex beyond 400, and that brings them their 4th batting bonus point, and I'll go and update Radio Nottingham.
Great, Dave. Thanks very much. Hear from you in just a few moments once you've done your update, but in the meantime I will continue to talk you through this over from LPW. Currently the ball's just being checked over. It's been handed to the umpire. Hasib Hamid's come round to speak with his fellow teammate, and they're just not very happy with the ball, and both umpires going together, and I think the ball's being put through that ring, and it has been put through the ring, and the umpires are satisfied. Ball has been tossed back to Hamid, who gives it a look again, and now gives it over to Liam Patterson-White and says, well, you've got to get on with it now because it goes through the hoop. Hamid makes his way back to short mid-wicket, and it is Michael Pepper on strike. With the slip in place, Pepper just looks around and scans the field on the leg side, and he's ready to go as he taps his bat now, and LPW in, he goes to sweep, and there's no one down behind deep square leg. There's just coming around from square leg, and they will just get the 2. There's a lot of ground to cover. If it was hit slightly harder, that probably would have crossed the white rope as well, but a good amount of ground covered down square leg. LPW back at the top of his mark, ready to go again. By the looks of it, Michael Pepper is eyeing out that leg side. This is a full toss, slow full toss that's been driven down the ground towards long on. I'll come for the single. Pepper pushes and he wants to take on the arm, but it's been hit too firmly down to Fletcher at long on. That brings Harmer on to strike now, and the sun is shining away. We haven't seen much of it, so it's a welcome guest. And it's the first time today on day 2 that we've had a visit from the sun. And this one just sliding down the leg side, and it's going to go down for, I believe, 2 byes. 2 leg byes has been signalled. And the score moves on to 407 for 6. Fielders are just going back into their positions as it's Harmer on strike now. LPW's in to Harmer, who defends off the back foot, and that will also conclude the end of the over. 108 overs gone, and Essex are 407 for 6, and Davis back with us.
Yeah, positively glorious right now. The floodlights are still on, but I think we'll see them extinguished before too long. So we've had 108 overs gone in the innings. There'll be a bowling change at the far end with Rob Lord coming back into the attack to replace Lyndon James. Rob Lord has picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 74. Shown himself to very capable whenever Hasib Hamid has sort of been forced onto the defensive by the volume of runs suddenly being leaked by one of his other bowlers. He's gone back to Rob Lord time and time again just to try and put a little bit of pressure on the batters. It'll be interesting to see what the approach is now, because The paceman is going to bowl, I think, for the first time without a slip. Just wait a moment, because this fielder's running in all directions here. Got a long leg. Luke Fletcher, who was down there, is being brought up. Joe Clark's gone down to long leg. Got Ben Slater at deep square leg. Not sure where Fletcher's going to. Lyndon James is saving one at mid wicket. The captain's at mid on. I think Fletcher's going in at sort of a, is he going to extra cover or mid off, that position, combining both roles. In fact, they're all now moving round one on the leg side, because Farhan Ahmed's come in as well. So there's 3 saving one on the leg side, James, Hamid and Ahmed. There's 2 out on the leg side, and 2 in, 2 out on the offside as Rob Lord comes in. No slips at all. Bowls a bouncer which goes over the left shoulder of Pepper. Wasn't really inconvenience there. Just had to avoid it, and goes into the white gloves of Carl Verena. Sounds like maybe behind us over the river, somebody doing a bit of strimming or grass cutting. Can clearly hear an RFX microphone. Sounds like a strimmer or a mower in operation. Lord in again, and this one's swatted up in the air by Pepper. An extraordinary shot down the ground. It's a no ball, and it's hit for 4 runs. He advanced towards Rob Lord, who banged it in short, and Pepper, who was on the charge, had to play it like a tennis forearm smash down the ground. Just got it inside the tram lines and down the far end, and it's been called as a no ball. Whether that was height or another case of somebody overstepping, and Rob Lord's award, or punishment if you like, is for Luke Fletcher to go over and give him a big bear hug of encouragement. So that one particular delivery cost 6 runs. Essex move on to 413 for 6. Lord in again to Pepper, stays in his crease this time and fends this off from under his nose.
That was a spectacular shot, wasn't it? Very tennis-like, almost Wimbledon-esque, taking inspiration.
Yeah, it's taken Pepper on to 93, looking for back-to-back centuries in the county championship. Down at Canterbury, Hampshire closing in on 400 as well. They're 391 for 9. The 106th over of that game. There's Lord. Torrid over so far. Bouncer, and Pepper comes towards him, and the umpire says 1 for the over. That was pretty hard to judge, because Michael Pepper was about 6 paces down the track as it went past his chin. Rob Lord is looking round. I think he was actually looking towards Luke Fletcher, who maybe again passed on a word of advice. But difficult to know what Michael Pepper's going to do here on 93. I think if he does go charging 6 paces down the track and ends up top edging one straight up in the air, he might just be a little rueful. I know he's trying to get on with things from the Essex perspective and score runs quickly, and so be it. If you get out, you get out. But there is a column on every player's statistics saying how many hundreds you got in your career, and there's 1 for the taking here. That's banged in short, and it's called as a no ball by umpire Hartley initially, who's at point rather than square leg. He called it as the second, third, fourth one of the over, and the outstretched arm was relayed to umpire White, who was signalled to the scorers, and now Asiba Mead's come across and is having a little chat to all and sundry. They're going to change the field here, Notts. They're going to change the mode of attack from trying to bounce out Michael Pepper. Just trying to, I guess, protect the young bowler, stop him from getting called for no balls for these short pitch deliveries. So Joe Clark has come from long leg, and he's now almost in it. Well, he was sort of a fly third man. No, go back. You might as well go back in, Joe, he says. Go back in. So Clark's back in at slip. And on the leg side, we've got 3 fielders. We've got Ben Slater out at deep square. We've got a mid wicket. We've got a mid on. So expect this to be pitched up. And expect Michael Pepper to try and unleash one either through extra cover or down the ground. Let's have a look. Oh, he's got a top edge down to third man, fielded by Jack Haynes. It's 416 for 6. Lots of games within a game here as the two Essex batters look to take control and produce a flurry of quick runs, whilst Nasib Hamid and his troops try not only to put the brakes on but also to break this partnership. And at the moment they've not been able to do either of those things. Pepper's on 94 now at the non-strikers end. Harmer's on 44. Will he bring a touch of the theatricals to go to his 50 with a 6? He won't. He'll block this one and it'll run all the way down the ground to Farhan Ahmed. Whatever it is making the noise, there's an awful lot of grass either being cut or trimmed as the noise continues. 416 for 6. Essex been batting since play started yesterday morning. Rob Lord looking for his 4th wicket in the innings. Bowls down the leg side, well taken by Verena. Little crowd catch as he threw it up in the air to himself. End of the over. Torrid return really for Rob Lord. Couple of no balls in that over. 9 I think came from it. 416 for 6. Rob Lord 22 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 83. And now Michael Pepper on 94. He's going to be facing a change bowler here because Farhan Ahmed is coming into the attack. Repeat what I said maybe 15-20 minutes ago about Freddie McCann not having bowled a ball yet in this innings. Might have been a nice time with both batsmen nearing individual landmarks just to pop on a bowler that they haven't seen yet, and he's by no means an unconventional bowler. He's very much a frontline bowler in the level of cricket that he's played. Freddie McCann, a highly talented off-spin bowler, but we haven't seen him in action yet. I think I'd have popped him on here, but they've gone for Farhan Ahmed. To talk you through it, Nikki Chowdhury.
Farhan Ahmed going to be bowling to Michael Pepper. And in the meantime, whilst they get set, England have just announced their team for the first T20 international against Australia on Wednesday, as in comes Ahmed now to Pepper, who's forward and gets his front foot across the line to turn this on into the leg side. Hamid does the fielding, but they will get a single. Score moves to 417 for 6. Phil Salt will be captaining England, and Jordan Cox, Jacob Bethel and Jamie Overton will be making their debuts. As Farhan Ahmed is at the top of his mark, and Harmer with a slip in place assesses the field, taps his bat, looks up, and in comes Ahmed now, and this one's flatter delivery and it's driven through the offside down towards deep cover. Harmer jogs over for a single. 418 for 6.
Do you want to read the full team then, as you've teased?
I shall read the full team in just a moment. These spinners get through their overs very, very quickly, and Ahmed in particular as well, as he skips through to the crease, and this one's pushed towards point, and it's not a run. So you've got Phil Salt will be captaining, and of course he's got the gloves as well. Will Jacks, Jordan Cox, Liam Livingston, Jacob Bethel, Sam Curran, Jamie Overton, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid, Saqib Mahmood and Reece Topley, as this one's gone down the ground. There's going to be one bounce for. It's a bit of flight there from Ahmed, and well, this one has been fully dispatched down the ground by Michael Pepper. He saw the flight and he did not miss out. Score moves on to 422 for 6. Try to do them. And he also moves on to 99. And Nasib Hamid bringing all his teammates in as Pepper on 99 leans on his bat as in comes Ahmed now, and Pepper forward, looks to turn this into the leg side, but it's gone straight to Hamid, and he's going to have to wait a little longer to get to those 3 figures. Farhan Ahmed skips in once more from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and this time, oh, Pepper looks to go big, and he doesn't really watch the ball, but he watches where he wants it to go, and that's gone straight through into the gloves of Arena. But my goodness, was that close, and by the reaction of Nottinghamshire players, it was too close for comfort, wasn't it, Dave?
Yeah, Verena whipping off a bail and asking, not out on this occasion. Nicely held back by Farhan Ahmed. So Pepper will have to wait a wee while. He's on 99, just reflecting on that England 11. I know the former Nottinghamshire all-rounder Franklin Stevenson will, when he hears the news, be immensely proud. Jacob Bethel went through the Franklin Stevenson Academy in Barbados as a youngster. I remember Franklin purring over him when he was coaching Jacob as a 11, 12, 13, 14-year-old, 15-year-old before he came over and went to rugby school and got picked up by Warwickshire. Be a proud moment for all those that have played a part in his development, and for all the other players selected. Jamie Overton's another one that another family connection, of course. Used to play a lot of cricket with his dad Mark down in North Devon in the 80s. And who was the other one? He said there were 3 debuts. Jamie Overton, Jacob Bethel.
And the other one was Jordan Cox.
Of course, Jordan Cox now has a home here in Chelmsford, former Kent player, so I'm sure everybody down here will be rooting for Jordan. So Rob Lord's last over was a little bit of a torrid affair in terms of short pitch deliveries, and the umpires doing everything they could to stamp it out, calling in for a couple of no balls. I suspect we might have a little bit more here. Simon Harmer's on strike. We've got 2 out on the leg side. We've got 3 more on the leg side. Here comes Jack Haynes. Where's he going? Where are you going, Jack? Is he going in at short leg? So there's 4 on the leg side, so a definite bit of leg theory here from Rob Lord and from Nott. So short leg, 3 more in on the leg side and 2 out deep on the leg side as Rob Lord comes in to bowl to Simon Harmer. It was all a little bit of a bluff as he pitched it up, and Harmer just defends out to Luke Fletcher at mid-off, and it remains 422 for 6. Harmer 45, Pepper 99. Essex in a strong position. That was the first ball, by the way, of the 111th over, so 422 for 6 at the end of the 110th. So Essex 4 points, Notts 2 points. That won't change from this innings. Lord past Robbie White, the umpire, and Simon Harmer again happy to defend. Anyone got a cough drop for Nikki?
I'll be fine. I've just been talking too much.
Lord makes his way back to his mark. Notts were +4 in terms of their over rate at lunch. And he comes again. Bowls now short, pulled away, and that's very, very nicely controlled indeed. And it's gone for 4. That's really good from Harmer. Takes him to 49. Controlled pull along the ground, and not only that, he managed to bisect the 2 fielders out there. Joe Clark and Ben Slater out there. Clark putting the slide in. Couldn't prevent it from going for 4. 426 for 6. Just wonder what the Essex plan is from here on in. Clearly these two individual milestones will need to be safely secured, and there is Harmer just running this down to third man for a 50. It's come up from 103 deliveries. Very nicely played as well, Simon Harmer. 103 balls, 5 fours and 1 6 for that half century. Michael Pepper's gone down there and congratulates his batting partner. Shake of the hands and a bit of a hug, but now the focus is on Michael Pepper because he is on 99. He's got there quickly as well. 132 deliveries for Michael Pepper. He's certainly taken the fight to the Nottinghamshire attack. Been at the crease for around about 3 hours in total, 10 fours and a 6. He's just looking all around the ground to see where the likeliest scoring option will be. There's still 5, well there is now 5 on the leg side. The short leg has been done away with. Here comes Lord. 99 then for Michael Pepper. Rob Lord bowls to him and he's pushed this with no timing out to Hamid on the leg side, and there's no run.
I've suddenly got the sense of fidgetiness from Pepper as opposed to what I've seen his entire innings, and you can say people talk about the nervous 90s. He's just trying to force it a bit too much these last few deliveries to get through to 3 figures.
This will be his final opportunity in this over. Last ball, Rob Lord in, Pepper on 99, has to bob underneath this one. It was short, it was fast from Rob Lord, good bouncer, and it is the end of the over. 4:27 for 9 Essex here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio London, on the Essex live stream, and you can also find us now on your smart speaker. Ask BBC Sounds to play Essex versus Notts Day 2, and that goes for all the other matches up and down the country. You're able to get those on your smart speaker as well, and you can also find access to the audio commentary on the BBC Sport website on the cricket page. Farhan Ahmed's got his cap off and is ready to bowl, but I saw Hamid there chatting to Freddie McCann. I just wondered if he was going to bring him on. 4:27 for 6.
Pepper's made 1.
No, this will be his second.
So here is Farhan Ahmed into bowl.
Here's Ahmed in now, and this one's flicked off the pads, and it's a misfield by Hamid at short mid-wicket, so it's going to come through down towards long on, and they will get a single. 428 for 6, which means Michael Pepper's on strike now, and the field has just been drawn in. No surprises here. As Farhan Ahmed is in from the Sir Alistair Cook end. It's a flat one, and he looks to work this off the back foot. It's misfielded by Hamid, and they're going to take on the single. It's high one, but he comes through and he gets it. Michael Pepper gets his second, the first class century right here at home against Nottinghamshire. The crowd were up on their feet. You can hear the applause. And it's been a fantastic knock by Pepper. 100 from 135 deliveries. Dave, what an innings.
Yeah, well played, Michael. Very good innings indeed. Came out and, of course, initially was the chief support for Tom Westley after Paul Walter had got out. Got through to a landmark of his own now.
Ahmed in to Harmer, who defends respectfully just wide of the crease. And Ahmed jogs over to pick the ball up and fields off his own bowling, and he's already at the top of his mark once more, ready to go. Here he is now, and this is flatter, and Harmer uses his feet, takes 2 strides down and defends to get to the pitch of the ball. It was a flatter one, and by the looks of it, Ahmed saw Harmer coming, was a bit early with his foot movement. Ahmed in once again, skips. Flat delivery, angling down the leg side, which is turned to Hamid at mid-wicket. got some sort of helicopter or plane flying above us, as you can hear on the effects mic, as in comes Ahmed now, and this is a straight delivery which Harmer's forward to and defends with the full face of the bat, and that will conclude the end of the 100th and 12th over. Essex are 429 for 6. Michael Pepper has just brought up his second first-class century from 135 balls.
Last wicket went down at 297, so they've added 132 here for this wicket. And now we are going to get Freddie McCann. Just wondered if that last chat between Freddie and his skipper was about him coming in to have a ball. So good to see. They're bowling from the gooch end, the far end. Bowling again to leg side field here, the off spinner, as you'd expect, but they have plugged that area, that gap that Pepper likes, just to lap away and reverse. First ball, he's just defended, rather lap away and sweep. Played a lot of those shots against Farhan Ahmed. This is just gently pushed out into the offside by Pepper for a single. .30 for 6. Simon Harmer's approach changed now. He's reached his 50, and his partner's got through safely to 3 figures. It won't. He just helps this back to the bowler. This one's turned onto the leg side. McCann to Simon Harmer, turn to mid-wicket. Just had some correspondence in from James, I'll read it in a moment, and there's a attempted reverse and he's been bowled. Wicket for Freddie McCann in his first over, and Harmer has gone, attempting an extravagant reverse, missed the ball completely, and Freddie McCann in his first over, just his 6th ball, gets the wicket. 430 for 7. And Simon Harmer out for 51. We'll just escort him back to the Essex dressing room, to the pavilion block away to our right. Just listen to what I'm sure will be a very good round of applause for what's been a splendid innings. Harmer bowled McCann for 51, and Freddie McCann striking, as I say, in his first over. Yeah, what I was just about to read there, and in my mind they might even have just heard me saying that on the highlights of the wicket from James. James, Dave, the noise over the river that you can hear is the sad demise of 2 mature red oaks in Central Park. I was distraught to see this on the way to the ground, so I made inquiries. The council state the roots have interfered with a main sewer drain, and so the trees have to go as a result. So there we've been listening to, I thought it was a strimmer or a mower or something, but they were taking down 2 mature red oaks in Central Park. Thank you, James, for passing that on. And of course, it is always a shame when these fabulous old trees have to be cut down. But by the sound of it, after you've made your inquiries, they presumably had no option. But a wicket for Notts. Only their second of the day. Essex 430 for 7 brings Shane Snater to the crease, and I'm going to claim half an assist there, because I've been saying for a while that Freddie McCann should be on for a bowl.
Ahmed's got ball in hand. And Snater is at the non-striker's end. Michael Pepper on strike. He's on 101. And he taps his bat with a slip still in play. As in comes Farhan Ahmed, who tosses this up, and Pepper's off the front foot, drives, and it's misfielded by Fletcher at point. He doesn't get himself low enough, and he'll come through for a single. Essex move on to 431 for 7. That was a little bit sloppy there from Fletcher. I know he's got a long way to get down, being the tall fella that he is, but it was a run that Farhan Ahmed probably didn't want to give him. And he's ready to go now, bowling to the new batter, Shane Snater. Taps his bat, looks around behind his left shoulder, and is ready to go. As in comes Ahmed now, flatter delivery, looks to go off the back foot, and he does, and he gets an outer edge, and it's running down towards third. Will it go on all the way? It doesn't have the wheels on it, but they will come back for 2, and Shane Snater gets himself off the mark, and Essex move on to 433 for 7. Ahmed is all ready to go once again. And this time this is flattened, and Snater again off the back foot. Looks to whip it through the leg side, but he doesn't time it well enough, and it's ended up straight to Hamid at short mid-wicket. He taps his bat again. Some blue skies peering up above the ground, which is always welcome, and Farhan Ahmed's in, and this time Snater does flick it down towards long on, will come through for the single. This time finds the gap. It's 434 for 7, and the field's just been adjusted for Michael Pepper. Mid on, mid off, been pushed out onto the boundary. And we've got 2 men out in the deep on the leg side. Deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. As in comes Ahmed now, and Pepper's forward, gets his front foot across the line and turns this into the leg side. Will take a single. And there is a vacant gap between Hamid at short mid-wicket and deep square leg. It's always a 1 every day of the week, as it's Snater on strike. He taps his bat. He likes to lean on his bat, does Shane Snater. And Ahmed at the top of his mark. Has an interesting routine before he bowls each ball, as this one goes down the leg side, and Snater helps it along the way, but it won't go all the way. There is protection down at deep backward square leg, and they will take the single, and it will conclude the over as well. 436 for 7. After 114 overs, Snater off 4 to his name, and Michael Pepper with 103. You are shaking your head beside me, Dave. Is there something? Are you having technical difficulties?
I'm having Wi-Fi.
I had Wi-Fi difficulties earlier.
I've had a Wi-Fi outage here. Can't get it to work at the moment, but the cricket goes on. Going to be Freddie McCann. Figures of 1 for 1. From his first over. He'll be bowling to the new arrival Shane Snater. I think a couple of years ago when he came to Trembridge we were calling him Shane the Badger Snater. He had a very interesting haircut with a nice white highlight down the middle. A little bit like the old Kevin Peterson look from 2005. Don't think he's got that anymore. Snater, I mean, not Peterson. This is played back to Nottinghamshire's number 44.
Probably wonder about that hairstyle that Peterson had. It's the front cover of his autobiography that he had out as well, and it's going to stick with him forever.
McCann bowls, whipped away by Snater, fielded by the Notts captain, Hamid again. Just Sam Cook and Jamie Porter to come for Essex now. 436 for 7. What stage do they want to be bowling? Will it all be sacrificed for quest for further runs? Let's keep on going if we can. Doesn't matter how long it takes. Let's see if we can get 500. Single taken as Snater pushes it through mid-on for another run. 437 for 7. There is a possibility that the third and final session today might be an abridged one if the bad weather we promised does come in, as next one's pushed It's gently out into the offside, too far away for Liam Patterson-White to prevent another single. No obvious assistance being given here to Freddie McCann in terms of any excessive turn or bounce, but just putting the ball in a good area. This one's helped away nice and fine. Lyndon James will cut it off for Notts, does well. It's not Lyndon James, I beg his pardon, it's Rob Lord down here in my defence, which you'll either have to believe me or not. All I could see was the cap of a tall player down below me. We've got 6, 7, 8 rows of seats in front of us, and then the railings, and you can't see the fence down here as this one's levered onto the leg side. Another single taken for 42 for 7. Think no, it had already gone on. 4:41 for 7 at the end of McCann's second over. 2 overs, 1 for 6. His figures, more from Nicky. I'm going to try and sort out my technicals. Then again, I don't think they are my technicals. They might be the technicals here, but they don't want to work. That's for sure.
Yeah, Farhan Ahmed is continuing. Now we need you to have a switch around in the commentary box. I've lost track of the rotor.
I've never seen a rotor.
It's a mental rotor.
I'm getting the hook. I've been subbed.
We'll hear from you again very shortly, Dave, as Ahmed is in and Snater hands this straight to Haseeb Hameed at short mid-wicket. The sun is shining again. It's made an appearance through the clouds, and I'm having to squint as I guide you through this over from Farhan Ahmed. This one's a flatter one. Snater's come down the track and he looks to go big, but he's been bowled. That was a bit of a loose shot there from Snater, and unfortunately he will have to depart after just scoring 8. Essex lose another. 441 for 8. Farhan Ahmed, you could say he probably saw Snater advance down. He made it slightly flatter and was a bit quicker as well, and Snater just looked over mid-wicket, and unfortunately that's going to be the end of his innings today.
So, thought there might have been a declaration, but Essex choosing to bat on, obviously perhaps with a view to being able to enforce the follow-on. But Snater gone to Ahmed, his second wicket for 8, and 441 for 8 up on the board. Although Essex are nearing 450, they're not going to get a 5th batting bonus point as we're now in the 116th over, but the spinners just taking some late wickets here, but it's the previous 3 wickets that took all the taking from the Nottinghamshire point of view, because Essex's 5th wicket put on 142, the 6th 69 and the 7th 133, and that took Essex from 86 for 4 at one point through to 430 before they lost their 7th wicket. Wesley 122, Harmer 51, Snater 8, Pepper is still there on 104 not out, and we see
Ahmed's in now, and this one's flighted as it's defended by Cook off the front foot.
Yeah, Cook, new batsman in. No Monk with the bat actually, he likes a bat. Quite aggressive.
Ahmed to Cook now, and again flighted, and Cook looks to play it off the back foot. And it's a full delivery, and he's just...
Well, it's gone to slip.
It has, and he slips on the floor and looks rather uncomfortable.
Yes, he's in some pain now. Not quite sure what happened to that. We're masked by the batsman because it went possibly through past the keeper and hits the slip fielder here. Just looking to see, I think he tries to take a low catch The ball pretty much going to ground as he tried to grab it, and maybe I don't know if he's done something to a finger. It doesn't look as if the ball was going high enough to have hit him other than either hands or shins maybe, but he's absolutely collapsed out on the ground. It might well be, I can't say for sure, it might be Freddie McCann, is it? Or Clark, it'll be one or other.
Clark, McCann's at this end.
Of course he is, yes. Don't know if you got a better view of that than I did. Yeah, it looked to me as if he was trying to grab the ball as it was going to ground. Took an edge from Cook's bat, but he's sprawled out. I think he's going to be all right. He's beginning to clamber to his feet, and it is Joe Clark. And well, whatever it was, it poleaxed him. You normally think he's been struck in the unmentionables when that happens, but don't think that was the case. And whatever the reason, he's going to be all right, which is all that matters in the end. And indeed, he's already put his cap back on and is now resuming his posture to field the next ball.
He looks like he's ready to go. I wonder what actually happened there. We didn't really have a clear vision because unfortunately Cook was in the way. Farhan Ahmed in from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and Cook is forward, drives through the cover region. That's going to be a single as deep cover comes round to field the ball. Score moves on to 442 for 8. And England have also just announced their squad for the Pakistan tour as well, their test squad for the Pakistan tour. 17-man squad with Jordan Cox and Bryden Cass, who could be in line for their test debuts. I'll go through the squad after
at the end of the over.
Yeah. Ahmed in, flat delivery down the leg side, and it's turned in to square leg, and they'll come through for a single. 443 for 8. So Ben Stokes should be back in that squad. It's the end of the over as well. 116 overs have gone. Not 416, 116 overs have gone. And just looking at this test squad for the Pakistan tour, so Ben Stokes should hopefully be back for that. And then we've got Rehan Ahmed, Gus Atkinson, Shoaib Bashir, Harry Brook, Bryden Cass and Jordan Cox, who could be in line for their debuts. Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Josh Hull, Jack Leach, Ollie Pope, Matthew Potts, Joe Root, Jamie Smith, Ollie Stone and Chris Wokes.
Thank you very much for that, Nikki. First with the news. And yes, I did get a chance of, admittedly it's difficult because the sun's shining on our replay screen, and it makes that, and for that matter the scoreboard which we have on the screen inside the box here, but can't read it at the moment because again the sun is shining on it. It's good that the sun's shining at all. I'm not grumbling from that point of view. As McCann comes in, having got rid of Harmer in his first over, bowls to Pepper, knocks it down to long off for a single. 444 for 8, with Pepper on to 105. But yeah, the ball just seemed to nick off Cook's bat, go past the wicket-keeper Verena, and Clark at slip attempted to get his fingers under the ball, and it not necessarily a finger injury, but he just collapsed to the ground in a lot of pain, but eventually has recovered. Here's a good delivery from McCann, and I must say, when Dave was saying earlier he was surprised McCann hadn't been given a bowl. Now, I wasn't, simply from the fact that I hadn't really heard of McCann until he made his 100 the previous game, wasn't sure if he bowled, but watching him bowl now, I would say that it's a considerable oversight not to have at least given him a try in the first ball, you know, the first 80 overs, because he's looking as if he's no mug whatsoever with his slow left arm, and he's one of those, he probably won't be quite as economical maybe as Patterson White, but he may be more likely to take wickets in this particular situation. He's already got one to prove it in his very first over, and in fact it is Patterson White who's come on at the gooch end just at the moment, and he has bowled very well and economically with it, so he's taken over at that end now.
Oh, beautiful
and the
shot.
ball's hit down the ground for 4 runs from Sam Cook, who, as I say, he's no mug with the bat. He's scored first-class 50s and is a strong hitter. So that takes the score to 448 for 8, and Cook moves up to 5.
That was a lovely shot, straight down the ground, just left of the set of stumps.
Patterson White in again, bowls and play a miss here, taken by Verena. Cook was just looking to whip that down in the backward point area, doesn't make contact. So today Wesley's gone for 122 to Lord, Harmer to McCann in his first over for 51, and this next delivery, last of the over, is just played up to silly point for no run, and Snater has gone to Ahmed for 8. So those are the 3 wickets to have fallen today, but it's been Essex's day. 262 for 5 at the start. They've added a lot of runs since then, 186 for the loss of 3 wickets, and Pepper has now posted his first and second red ball hundreds in consecutive matches here at Chelmsford, and I'm just wondering, has any other player, regardless of their county, made 2 T20 centuries and 2 championship centuries in the same season? I don't know, but it may be a unique feat.
Ahmed in now, and it's gone to reverse sweep. Doesn't quite time it well enough, but it will go all the way. And Essex add another boundary to their total, 452 runs on the board now.
Yeah, Pepper plays reverse sweeps galore in T20 cricket, but that might just be the first time he's played the shot in this innings. It's been a very disciplined innings, and he's improved no end on the way he tackles red ball cricket since he, for the first time, to be fair to him, it's the first time in his career he's really had a run of matches in the championship, and boy has he improved the way he goes about it. And for me, he's ought with these performances to have nailed down this wicketkeeper batsman slot for the future.
Ahmed in now, and this one is turned into the leg side. There's no one at mid wicket, so they're going to take the single. They want the 2, but some good fielding out in the deep, and it will be restricted to a single. 253 for 8.
Yes, so Pepper, who at one point looked as if he couldn't get out of the white ball habit on the rare occasions he got in red ball cricket, but nothing could be further from the truth the way he's played this innings. All right, he apparently was very fortunate not to be given out stumped when he was only about 19, but elsewhere he's played very responsibly, got all his runs with good cricket shots, and having reached 100 he's shown no inclination to throw it away with going back to reckless habits.
Ahmed in to Cook, who advances down the track, and he's stumped. He goes to defend it, he misses it, the ball is into the gloves of Verena, and he is extremely quick to take those bails off, and Cook is on his way back to the dressing room. He's quick to depart, and Essex, they lose another. 9 wickets down now, 453 for 9.
Yes, rather threw his wicket away there, Cook, but he won't be too bothered about that. I did wonder whether there might be a declaration with the fall of the 9th wicket. I also wondered that at the fall of the 8th, but Essex, legitimately enough, their reasoning will be in adding further runs. Notts will need more to save a potential follow-on, and with the weather very dicey indeed, and what was originally a good forecast for tomorrow, is no longer particularly good at all after lunch. So doesn't mean the forecast has to be right, but Essex may be reasoning that their only real chance of winning the game will be if they only have to bat once, and hence Jamie Porter is coming out to join Michael Pepper, who may now decide that it's time to just throw the bat at absolutely everything. But it's been a marvellous knock from Pepper, and I would be interested to find out, but we haven't got Andy Saltzman alongside. He could tell me whether any other player, regardless of county, has ever got 2 T20 hundreds and 2 championship hundreds in the same season. Whether or not anyone else has ever done it, it's a jolly good effort from him.
I'm assuming that if this final wicket was to fall pretty soon, we might get an early shot at tea.
Could be, yeah, not beyond the bounds of possibility.
Farhan Ahmed in now. It's a flat delivery, and Porter's off the back foot and defends respectfully. And his partner and the non-strikers then, Michael Pepper, is on 111. He's played a fantastic knock. Now Porter in his stance is off the back foot and goes to play. It's a play and a miss, and it's into the gloves of Arena, and we can just start to see the ball skidding on a little bit.
Yes, good point. Porter takes, excuse me, number 11, but he takes his batting very seriously, and he probably won't be charging down the wicket anytime soon. He'll just try and stay there.
Ahmed in, flatter delivery, Porter forward, lunges into a defence, and he plays it into the offside where there's practically nobody, but of course he shall not take the single, as he would like Pepper to stay on strike for the next over. That will conclude the end of the 118th over. Essex 453 for 9, with Michael Pepper on 111 from 144 deliveries, and the new batter, Porter, at the crease, yet to get off their mark.
So you would think that the time is rapidly approaching when Nottinghamshire will reply to whatever Essex end up with, and Porter has just had a chat with Michael Pepper, probably along the lines that, over to you, Michael, and get whatever runs you can. I'll try and, this is Porter speaking, keep my end going. Meanwhile, Patterson White resuming from the gooch end, preparing to bowl to Pepper. Left arm, slow left arm round the wicket, bowls, and Pepper has pulled this ball away, and that's going to go for at least 4 runs to the long leg boundary. So he moves along to 115, the score to 457 for 9, and Pepper will very shortly, just trying to remember whether it was 112 or 118 he got against Worcestershire not out, but another boundary would take him to a career best, as he's now surveying a very far-flung field indeed, with a whole ring of leg side boundary fieldsmen, and instead he hits it to deep cover and eschews the single that was there all day. So he's going to keep the strike wherever possible.
112 last week.
112, thanks very much to Dave for just confirming that for me. So he is already at a career best for the second match running, and that is the end, as he's bowls, or stumped, I didn't see which actually there, but it's the end of Porter's, Pepper rather, fine innings. Porter ends on not out, and Pepper with a new career best of 115 following his 112 not out last week, and yes, he bowled by that. So Pepper bowled by Patterson White, who finally gets his wicket for 115, and that was made from 147 deliveries, strike rate 78.2, 218 minutes at the crease, and rather disappointing they've just whipped the 4s and 6s column off the screen, but magnificent effort from Pepper, and Essex are thus bowled out for 457, and Not a bad recovery from 86 for 4. 4.57 all out. Just waiting to see Patterson White 1 for 86 in 26.3. Ahmed 3 for 102 in 28 overs. And that was the third ball that saw the end of Pepper there. 118.3 overs were bowled. 457 all out, and we'll be back with you in just 7 or 8 minutes time.
We still have 47 overs left. Look at the clouds coming in from the right.
Yeah. Nikki, if you'd like to come back, I think you only had about 20 minutes there.
Sure.
Just got to do this update now. Yeah, so if you come in, as I said, Nikki, in that session, Nikki,
It's fine, I don't mind though, because I was on for the half an hour beforehand.
Okay.
It's from 3 o'clock, it's meant to be you and Paul.
Yeah, well, you come back on as soon as you I'll be there before we start. Yep.
Welcome your Essex team led by Captain Tom Wesley.
On their way out to the middle, that's because 10 minutes ago Essex were
Players now resuming the field. Essex having finally been dismissed 457 and 118.3 overs. Highlighted by, for the second innings, or perhaps the second match running anyway, Michael Pepper posting a career best, 112 not out against Worcestershire in the first innings of the previous home game, and Pepper beating that with 115 today. Probably was the last man out, bowled by Patterson White for 115, and he's also got 200s in the T20 this season. Wondering whether he might be the first to achieve 200s in each of the two competitions in the same season. Jenny Porter, meanwhile, is stripped and ready to bowl the first over of the Nottinghamshire reply, with going to be Hasib Hamid on strike with 3 slips and a back pad, and Ben Slater at the other end. I'm Paul Newton, and rejoining me is Dave Bracegirdle.
So the immediate task for Notts is to see out the 25 minutes or so until tea. The ultimate goal, obviously, get as many batting points as you can. The follow-on mark 308. But this isn't going to be easy against a very talented attack under increasingly threatening skies. Porter, wearing 44, runs away from us and bowls to the Notts skipper, and Hamid is away. First ball, just angling it down to long leg. So Notts up and running. Hasib Hamid, the top scorer for Nottinghamshire this season, is the only one to past 900 so far. That was his 910th run. Going into this round of games, he was one of 5 players in Division 1 to have scored 900 or more. Nobody having reached 1,000. Not sure if that landmark was ticked off yesterday or not. A couple of players got there in Division 2, but Hamid on his way. Slater on strike now has edged this, and it's fallen just short of second slip. Genuine edge, went down and was very, very close to carrying to second slip. That would have been a wretched start for Notts and for Ben Slater, who this year is averaging 42. Has a big century at Trent Bridge against Somerset to his name, 168 not out. Played here 3 times, best of 45. Never scored a century against Essex. This is his 12th match. Pushes outside the off stump at that one as it goes through to Pepper. Packed slip cordon. A first, a second and a third, and then a gap. You can either say it's 5th slip or a gully, whichever your fancy is, but it looks like a 5th slip really. Just needs one more tooth to be stuck in there, and you have a nice happy smile behind the wicket, and they'll be smiling if they can break this partnership before tea, as Porter round the wicket to the left-handed Slater, who gets bat on ball, guides it out. As far as Snater, didn't throw that ball there. I was just wondering where it had gone. It's a little gloomy, and I thought Shane Snater had a little rash shy at the stumps there, and I couldn't see where the ball had gone, but he'd hung on to it. Did mention just before I went off air last time when I was talking to Nicky, he did have a spell, certainly came to Trent Bridge, I think 2 or 3 years ago, where he had the old Badger's stripe down his hair, Shane Snater.
Yes, that's right, yeah. He did have that big collection of wickets in that match, didn't he? He got a 6 or 7 for.
He did. It was the game that Luke Fletcher got a 6 for as well for Notts. 2 on the board already, as the Notts captain, reaching forward, pushes this into the offside, and there's no run.
Sorry. Go on. The slip cordon is Elgar at first, Harmer at second, who would certainly have gobbled up that chance earlier in the over had it carried, and Matt Critchley at third, and earlier we saw Walter in that sort of fifth slip position.
Yeah, there's a big gap though for Hamid. Likes that area, might run one or two down there. He turns this to leg. Gets a single past Robin Das, who's suited and booted at short leg. Single taken, 3 from the opening over. Not so up and running. 2-2. Their captain, Asib Hamid, his first year as Nottinghamshire's club captain, having taken over from Stephen Mullaney in the winter. He'd skippered the 50 over side for the last couple of seasons, but this time the fully fledged Nottinghamshire club captain. Just the one win for Nottinghamshire this year, and Asib Hamid quite literally couldn't have done any more to win that game almost single-handedly. He was on the field for every minute of the 4-day game and got Notts over the line. 247 not out in the first innings carrying his bat, and he was unbeaten to get the winning runs in the second innings. An absolutely monumental effort, but it is just the one win for Notts, and that's why they have gone into this round of matches with only 2 sides below them. They're only just above the dotted relegation line. Here's Sam Cook, and here's Paul Newton.
Cook comes in, gooch end, long run up, bowls, and this ball is hammered but well stopped at backward point by Luke Benkenstein, and yeah, that would Cook to me looks to have, if anything, lengthened his run up a little bit. I don't know whether he's trying to bowl that bit quicker to try and catch the eye of the selectors. He's got 3 slips, Elgar 1, Harmer 2, Critchley 3, with Luke Benkenstein at backward point and Shane Snater at mid-off. Robin Das is under the helmet at bat pad. Paul Walter at mid-wicket. And this next ball is hit on the bounce to backward point. Again, Luke Benkenstein, the man there. And looking away to my left, Jamie Porter is down by the big scoreboard, the main scoreboard. In the distance, Tom Wesley is, I think, the only fieldsman I haven't mentioned, is at mid-on. Nottinghamshire 3 for no wicket in reply to Essex's 457. Cook is in, bowls, and this ball is played by Hamid off the back foot down to Snater at mid-off. Again, there's no run. The floodlights, not sure if they're ever turned off, but they're certainly on now. The cloud cover has come down a little bit in the last half hour.
I think they were turned off during the luncheon interval, but they've been on since we restarted after lunch.
We actually had the brightest spell of the day straight after lunch as Cook runs in again. Bowls to Hamid, and that's a leave, and the usual groans as if the ball almost took the stumps, but I think there was a little bit to spare there. A good decision by the Nottinghamshire skipper.
And of course, Sam Cook v Notts, part 2. Part 1 at Trent Bridge was, well, it was a one-sided contest. It was a knockout, very much in favour of Sam Cook, who I'd like to think came home back to Essex with 2 match balls, because he got a hat-trick in the first innings and he got a 6-for in the second.
Yeah, he was magnificent in that opening game of the season, and the next ball's played into the covers. He didn't, however, play in the second game of the season, and then missed several games with what I think's been for the same reason. He's had a hamstring problem, may have tried to come back too quickly after the first one had sort of begun to play him up. Not a good problem to have as a bowler, a hamstring issue. You're stretching all the time. Maximum pressure on delivery stride. Here he is, bowling to me, forces it nicely through the covers, and 2 fieldsmen here after. It won't go to the boundary, look at least 2, and decide against trying to take one on the throw. Wisely, I think, because although I suspect they'd have got there all right, the last thing Nottinghamshire need in the early stages of their reply to 457 would be a run out.
He's looked busy, Asib Hamid, since arriving in the middle just a few minutes ago. 3 In fact, the board's stuck on 3 without loss. I'm pretty sure it's 5 without
Yeah, I think
loss.
you're right.
Yeah, I think it is. Elsewhere in Division 1, let's start at Taunton this time. The top 2, Somerset made 317. Surrey are 169 for 3, and all 3 wickets have gone to young Archie Vaughan, the young son of Michael Vaughan, who Paul was talking about a little earlier. Is Porter round the wicket, elegant from Slater, 4 through extra cover. That's a Ben Slater shot. If you were to get one of those encyclopedias with a nice little picture against what you were searching for, there was a description of Ben Slater. Extra cover drive, very elegant.
It's a lovely shot. Talking about Archie Vaughan, I mean, he's a talented lad. I've never actually seen him, but he made good runs in the game as well.
Lancashire missed out on batting points at Chesterley Street. They were bowled out for 228, but they have got a bowling point. Next ball is pushed by Slater into the offside. Durham are 147 for 4 in response to Lancashire's 228. Canterbury is going the way that you'd expect it to go, I guess. Hampshire made 403, century from Tom Prest. Kent 27 for 2 already in reply. At New Road, the battle to be top dog in the West Midlands, indeed top dog in the Midlands, between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. They've reached tea there at New Road as Porter bowls down the leg side, tickled away. That was so easy for Ben Slater. It was a poor line ball by Porter, and Slater gets his second boundary of the over, just nibbling it away. Worcestershire 307 all out at New Road, and they'll be serving up slices of Battenberg and lemon drizzle in the ladies' pavilion because they're having tea with Warwickshire on 112 for 4. At Hove in Division 2, Sussex establishing themselves there all over Glamorgan. Glamorgan 186 all out, Sussex 330 for 5. Slater pushes this into the offside. This is going to be a chase for Snater. This won't go for 4, but they've run 2, and it's up to them whether they settle on 2. They will, so that's 10 off this over. Slater hitting it and Snater chasing after it, and Ben Slater already into double figures, and Notts are 15 without loss. Wantage Road, they're at tea. Northants second time round and 97 for 3. That's a lead over Derbyshire 151. Gloucestershire, who are on their way to finals day, 154 for 5 at Lords. Middlesex made 377, and they're taking tea at Grace Road, but I don't think they've had much play this afternoon due to rain. Leicestershire 35 for 2 second innings as Slater pushes this back to Porter. Leicestershire trail Yorkshire by 2-4-6, and I think it's probably, says he looking on from a long way away, but it's probably only the rain that's going to take that into day 3 if anything does. All the scores and all the updates and everything you need to know on the BBC Sport website and app on the cricket page, and you'll be able to click on all the links for the various commentaries should you wish to do so. Porter round the wicket again to Slater, good delivery to end the over, through into the gloves of Pepper. 15 without loss. Pretty sure this morning, Paul, the announcement was tea today will be taken at 3:30, between 3:30 and 3:50, and play will go on until 6 o'clock. Well, I don't know if that has been adjusted with the time we had off the field this morning, but I definitely heard that announcement from the polite gentleman on the tannoy.
Yeah, obviously it is quite likely there will be an adjustment because lunch was adjusted and taken at 12:40 rather than 12:30, but that certainly gives us the guideline. And it will be Cook to resume from the Gooch end as ever. Cook and Porter have both had useful seasons with the ball. Cook's on his way in, bowls, and ball is turned down and stopped at backward point by Luke Benkenstein. Just at the start of this game, Jamie Porter 40 wickets at 23.27. and Sam Cook, who's missed a few games, 35 wickets at 15.54. Again, both of them not only admirable with their wicket taking, but equally in their economy. And it really is getting a bit darker still now as Cook comes in, bowls to Hamid, good pace, ball taken chest high by Michael Pepper, who's pretty tall, about 6'2" or 3", and no shot played by Hamid there, but interesting delivery from Cook.
Just having a look at that early April game at Trent Bridge, Essex winning by 254. They were put into bat, made 253 with 84 from Jordan Cox, the top score, 80 from Dean Elgar.
Break in with Cook already on his way again, 3 slips of back pad. Bowles, and this ball's forced through the covers, should be at least 2, it may go for 4. Just waiting to see if a dive can, no, it can't stop it, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot off the back foot from Hamid, who moves up to 8 and scored a 19 for none in the 4th.
Yeah, his first boundary after a couple in the last over from Slater. It's a 2-5-3 Essex. Notts forged a 40-run first innings lead, actually, which I'd forgotten about. Made 2-9-3, century from Joe Clark, made 104. But there was that hat-trick for Sam Cook. He finished with 4 for 59, including a hat-trick.
And here it is, who bowls, and that's brilliantly caught at backward point by Luke Benkenstein. And that's the end of Hamid. He'll be annoyed with himself there, really. He went on the square cut, got a little bit late on it, didn't get fully into line to play the shot, and it flew away. It was very smartly taken to his left by Luke Benkenstein, who does have a good pair of hands in the field. And that is the end of Hamid, having just got his first boundary. It turns out to be his last as well, because he's gone for 8 and replying to Essex's 457. Nottinghamshire in the 5th over now are, 4th over are 19 for 1.
So at the start of the over, he looked busy, he looked frenetic, he looked like he wanted to get on with things and wipe out the Essex lead almost in this little mini session here. It just looked as if he wanted to, I don't know, pretty much go from first gear to 5th or 6th, and that was a clumsy, careless way to get out, really. It was there, I guess, to put away, but there wasn't enough control over the shot. He didn't make sure it was wide enough of Benkenstein, and he certainly didn't play it down into the ground, and in the end it was a comfortable catch for the youngster. I'll be very pleased to get involved early on in the piece there. Benkenstein, he only made 4 runs yesterday, but it's always a nice feeling when you can contribute, and he's certainly done that. And another wicket for Sam Cook. Yeah, I was just going back to April, just finish it off. His hat trick, Sam Cook, in the first innings was actually Lyndon James, Brett Hutton and Dylan Pennington. It was the first time obviously we'd seen Dylan Pennington making his Notts debut. Wandered out to the middle and was pinned LBW for the hat trick. Second innings, Essex made 374 with 79 from Paul Walter, 68 from Matt Critch, the top contributions, and Notts needed to get 340 or so to win. Well, they were bowled out for 80. Cook 6 for 14. What a match he had.
As he comes in now round the wicket to the left-handed Freddie McCann, and there's a shout there as it takes him on the pad, a leg by signal, and that seemed to me to be going down leg side, and 20 for 1 up on the board.
Yeah, Freddie McCann playing just his 3rd game. We saw him get a wicket, ending that lengthy partnership this afternoon when he came on to bowl, but made his debut a fortnight ago at Durham, made 51 in the first innings, out for naught in the second. But last week at Trent Bridge, his first match at Trent Bridge, he churned out a monumental 154 against Surrey. It really was a terrific innings, and he's only 19 years of age, Freddie McCann.
Great prospect. And here is Cook coming in to bowl to Slater. He gets a bit turned round by this. They go for a quick single. There's a misfield there from Benkenstein, but it doesn't cost a second run. And that's the old story of a fieldsman looking to see whether there's a chance of a run out or which end he should throw to. Reasonably enough, I think you automatically do need to look up, but you have to be careful that in taking your eye off the ball, you don't then misfield it. And it looks as if Simon Harmer is being very immediately brought into the attack here. Porter's last over was expensive, but he did beat Slater with the last ball of that over. But he's, after bowling just 2, he can always be brought on when Cook has bowled or finished his spell at the gooch end.
It's very dark out there, actually, Paul.
Yes, I think it is. It's the light, yes.
Tom Wesley, I think, has been a little proactive here in giving the ball, making it very obvious that Simon Harmer's going to bowl. The umpires might not give him the chance. Just checking the light meters. Checking it again, and yeah, we're going to get some more cricket. Mike Brown's been in touch from Guernsey, not a supporter. Now we need to avoid the follow-on and make sure we pick up at least 3 batting bonus points. Avoiding the follow-on is vital. Tom, I thought Notts managed to pull iron out of the fire last week against Surrey. They'll have to do it again. And Bob says, well, that was a good toss to win then yesterday, Dave. I don't think Asiba Mead had any choice at the toss, to be honest, Bob or anybody else out there just questioning his decision, because the toss took place and it was drizzling. I was out there in the middle. It was drizzling. The floodlights were on and it was black as night. And I think both skippers said, well, let's get the toss out of the way because it's not going to change today. And you could thoroughly understand Asiba Mead's stance as Harmer comes in to bowl to Ben Slater. Some oohs and ahs to begin with, which no doubt will accompany every delivery that Harmer bowls here as Slater defends. Rob says, well, that wasn't a captain's knock from Haas on this occasion, who of course won't get the opportunity in that innings anyway to be the first in Division 1 to 1,000. Harmer bowls, Slater blocks. And there's no run. 21 for 1 Notts, Essex 4, 5, 7 with centuries from Wesley and Pepper. Big contribution as well from tall Paul Walter. Slater already showing that it's going to be difficult to get Simon Harmer away here. He's gone back to 3 deliveries and tried to cut him. Not able to force the ball into gaps. 2 slips, short leg, Manning close. Walter there very close at shortish extra cover, and he fields now. Those shadows to my eyes are getting more intense, and they're coming from the floodlights. They checked the light meters before the start of this Harmer over. Just wonder who will bowl from the far end, because I think if it's pace they'll take them off. So it's pushed into the offside, but we are getting towards tea time. Whether Wesley will decide to throw himself or Matt Critchley on. Did I see Critchley turn his arm over then? I think I might have done out of the corner of my eye as I was watching.
Yeah, I think
Porterfield.
He would be the choice.
Harmer to Slater. In now and pushed away. So a maiden. Bowled by Simon Harmer. It's 21 for 1 after 5 overs, and now the umpires are again going to check their light meters, although sweater has been handed to the umpire. We're very much in their hands, and we're also in the hands, I think, of the weather gods. It is going to be Matt Critchley, so they've either said, yeah, light's good, play on, or they've said light's good, play on, but you can only bowl spinners. We'll I guess not find that out until anybody asks the question, but it is going to be Matt Critchley with his leg spinners, the former Derbyshire player, and of course almost a de facto brother-in-law of Ben Slater, who's at the non-striker's end.
Yes, without doubt, Essex wouldn't ideally have wanted to so immediately turn to spin, because Cook had, after all, just picked up his wicket, that of the Nottinghamshire skipper, and Essex and Cook in particular would have liked to have built on that. But at the same time, Tom Wesley obviously deciding that although the ball won't be as new by the time Porter and Cook next grab hold of it, that there's enough out there to give him confidence that the spinners might pick up a wicket or 2.
Helmet being brought out, handed to Simon Harmer. Is he going to go in there close?
I think another factor in Wesley's thinking will be that there could be interruptions for the rest of the day, for tomorrow as well, and while there's any chance of any play, he may well figure that having got a lot of runs on the board, whatever overs are available, Essex simply can't afford to eschew. As here is the leg spinner, Matt Critchley, bowling his first ball to Freddie McCann, who plays the ball back to the bowler, and score remaining at 21 for 1.
On that thought though, I felt Essex could have hurried along a little earlier on.
And that is through the defences of McCann, taken by Pepper, who whips the bails off, but McCann had not left his crease.
genuine googly, wasn't it? Went away from the left-hander.
Yep, he has one in his armoury, Critchley, he's certainly from...
That's going to be that.
Yeah, I'm afraid they are coming off. And it's fair enough because the light has got worse still since they said play could go on. It's visibly got darker and darker. And I think
he's only a young man, Freddie McCann, but I'd love to think that the 19-year-old said, "Sorry, Ben, I just couldn't see it loud enough, obviously, for everybody to hear, because he played and missed at that one."
The umpires might have said, "Oh, we're not falling for that one, son."
No, but it's going to be tea, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I think we might well get a bit of rain to back this up, and that would have been another factor that I think the umpires would have been anxious to avoid the pitch getting unduly damp. It does feel to me as though rain, if it's not already falling, is on its way. So a shame, because it was most enjoyable game whenever there has been play. But certainly Essex will have enjoyed the day today, because they went on from 262 for 5 to reach 457 all out, with Wesley 122, Pepper 115 and Harmer 51, all contributing to extensive partnerships, consecutive partnerships for the 6th, 7th and 8th wickets of 122, 69 and 133. And that put Essex in a position where they could take their time, then declare and be bowled out, and then see the departure of Hasib Hamid for 8, and the follow-on target is 308, which Notts will have to bat well to reach that. I would think it would make sense at this point, Dave, if they took the tea interval during this enforced stoppage.
Yeah, like I said, I think the announcement this morning was 3:30, so I'm pretty sure they'll do that now. While they're off, the ground staff are out there. They've dragged the covers out and pogged them up just off the playing area, just in case we get a little bit of rain. It is bad light that's taken them off the field, not the rain. So I guess, as you say, tea will be taken, so hopefully the light will improve, and if and when it does, obviously the commentary will return in about 20 minutes time. Until then, 21 for 1 here. Notts replying to Essex's 4-5-7. They've gone for a cup of tea. I'm going to try and find a slice of cake. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to the county ground in Chelmsford, and pleased to say that the umpires have been out at the end of the tee interval. They've put their light meters on the stumps at either end and have decreed it fit and ready at least to start this session. Called the players out onto the field, and Tom Westley and the Essex side are on their way out to the middle. We've got Freddie McCann, who's yet to open his account, and and Ben Slater on his way out to the middle. 21 for 1 is the score. Siebermead out. He played a cut shot that just needed a little more care and attention in truth, as he got it straight into the hands of backward point Luke Benkenstein. That was off Sam Cook. And the score was on 19. A couple of runs were added and then off they went, just 4 or 5 minutes early before tea. Matt Critchley's bowling at the moment. It'll be interesting to see this phase of play, whether it is going to be a diet of solely of spin. The umpires told them you can only bowl spin. The floodlights are on. It's grey overhead. It has been pretty much for probably about 99% of the game, but it's not as black as it has been as Critchley bowls, and McCann, little hurried push and run into the offside, gets him off the mark and down to the other end. Paul Newton will be with us in the fullness of time from BBC Essex. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Nicky Chowdhury's alongside, looking on, wondering what we're going to get in this session, wondering how much cricket we're going to get in this session.
Afternoon, Dave. Afternoon, all. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to get the whole game through with the 41 overs left.
I'll tell you this for nothing. We're not going to get another 41 overs in today, as Slater pushes this into the offside and skips his merry way down to the far end. Moves on to 13, 23 for 1 not. So Hamid is out. This pair together, the two left-handers. Joe Clark listed to come in at 4. Jack Haynes at 5, floated up and pushed into the offside by Freddie McCann, and there's no run. Paul Walter doing the fielding. There's 3 round the bat, short leg, or a square short leg, a backward short leg or a leg slip, and a conventional slip, as Critchley bowling his leg spinners bowl. This is turned into the ground and then the body of Robin Dass at short leg, and it's the end of that unfinished over from before tea. Nottinghamshire 23 for 1.
Dave, it was quite funny. We were having a chuckle just before we came on air that the spectators to the right-hand side of our media box, they all look like they're wrapped for Narnia. They're all wrapped up. It's like Narnia out there in their woolly hats and big puffy jackets. You just need like a bit of a hot chocolate van, and I think it would be all right.
Tell me, Narnia, is that Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe?
Yes, it is.
And is that cold then, Narnia?
I believe so. I can't remember watching it.
You said it was like Narnia.
Well, I think I watched it ages ago, but that was years ago. So
okay,
I'm not 100% sure, but it is Narnia, the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, and it's. I remember there's one scene where they're all in the snow outside.
Okay.
It was
I'm going to
very imaginative. As here's Shane Snater from the Sir Alistair Cook end runs away from us now, and this one is hit uppishly to mid wicket, and it's just one bounce short of Robin Dass. Three slips in place. Yeah, Narnia, the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. There was a point when every single child was obsessed with it. I never got obsessed with it, but I can barely remember watching it.
I didn't know it was a cold place.
Shane Snater in now, and this one is a full delivery, which is defended respectfully by Slater. It's Snater to Slater. No wonder I was getting my words twisted. That's a make it the easiest job for the commentators when you've got very similar names.
To get lions in cold places.
No, but that's why it was all imaginative, wasn't it? It was very Disney-esque, as in comes Snater to Slater, who turns us down towards third. They'll take a single. Score moves to 24-1. Was it even a Disney production? I don't remember.
Unlikely.
No, it wasn't. But you can watch it on Disney Plus. So that's something I'll need to do when I get some time to remind myself of all these movies. I hate when people make these analogies and references to movies and you just don't remember them. As here's Snater to Slater, who's forward and defends.
Except it's Freddie McCann.
McCann. Snater making his way back to the top of his mark now. Floodlights in full beam.
I wonder why they took Simon Harmer out of the attack.
Snater to McCann. 3 slips in place, who's forward and turns this to mid-wicket, who dives to their right. Robin Das is very athletic as he stops the ball. I thought you said they were told they couldn't bowl seam in the previous
No, I said
over.
I don't know. I don't know if they were or they weren't. I mean,
Right, because I don't think they were. Clearly not.
No, clearly not. That's why.
Clearly not, but yeah, I'm not going to look to the right-hand side.
I mean, Critchley had to bowl because he was part-way through and over,
Yes.
so we'll have to see whether he bowls from the far end or not.
Snater in now, and McCann's forward defends softly as the ball goes to point. It will conclude the end of the over. 7 overs gone, and Nottinghamshire are 24-1.
But both Porter and Cook were lightly used at the start of the innings, so it's just interested as to why already we've only had 7 overs and we've had 5 different bowlers. Is that right? Yeah. So we've had 7 overs and we've had Porter with 2, Cook with 2, Harmer with 1, Critchley with 1, Snater with 1, and we're going back to Sam Cook. Won't happen too many times in a county championship match, I would venture to suggest. But it's going to be Sam Cook. His 2 overs brought the wicket of Asiba Mead. Went for 7 runs. He's going to bowl to Ben Slater when Slater is ready. Holds up his arm to apologise to Sam Cook, who comes in from the far end and down the leg side. Hits him on the back of the pad, or the back of the leg. It would have gone down otherwise. So Michael Peppers at wicket keeper. Next to him at first slip is Dean Elgar. Second slip is Simon Harmer, and then Matt Critchley at third. Robin Das, the other close catcher, is at short leg. Helmeted and in there quite tight as Slater pushes this up to tall Paul at mid-off, and there's no run. 24-1. Gloomy, grey, filthy conditions at Chelmsford. Either in play or at tea all around the country, except for in the East Midlands at Grace Road, where they've knocked it on the head for the day. Stump, so the rain must be pretty heavy there. This is deflected down the leg side, and we'll go for 4. Yep, I just wondered if it was bat or pad, but it went very quickly. Deflection down the leg side from Ben Slater. Gets his 3rd boundary. He's on to 18, not 28 for 1. So stumps called at Grace Road, Leicestershire 98 and 35 for 2. Yorkshire 379 all out. Century for Johnny Tattersall there, and 88 for Matt Fisher. Cook got his line run to that last delivery. This one is straighter, but turned to mid-wicket for a couple by Nottinghamshire's Ben Slater, who moves on to 20. Of the other games, I guess the most advanced is Wantage Road in Division 2. There's still day 2, remember, of 4. Northants second innings 104 for 4. That's a lead of 158 over Derbyshire. They were bowled out earlier in the day for 165. Sussex are going along strongly at Hove. They're 360 for 5 against Glamorgan as Slater again through mid-wicket. He's timed this one a little better. It's going to be touch and go. No, it's not. It's a case of the hare outstripping the greyhound there because it won the race to the line. 4 runs to Slater, who's gone 4-2-4 the last 3 deliveries. Knots 34 for 1. So Cook's comeback over is leaking a few runs here. 1 ball left in the over. 4-2-4. Here comes Cook. In again to Ben Slater, again down the leg side. Taken by Michael Pepper, and it's the end of the over. Paul Newton's back alongside me. I'm just wondering, Paul, I know you've been doing all sorts of admin stuff at the back of the box and next door. The first 7 overs of this innings saw 5 different bowlers, and I wouldn't have thought that happens too often in first class cricket, county championship cricket.
No.
7 overs bowled, 5 different bowlers: Cook, Porter, the 2 spinners Harmer and Critchley, and then Snater.
Yep, no, you're right, it won't happen at all often. I wouldn't like to say it's never happened, but no. It's, as you rightly say, well spotted. Unusual. Snater comes in. I'm just back very briefly, I'll explain in a moment, but there's Snater in and bowls, and this ball's been fended away to long leg for a single, score to 35 for 1. Yes, I regret to say I'd overlooked the fact, of course, we were getting to the 4 o'clock bulletin, which I will do for BBC Essex in a couple of moments' time.
Do you want to do the BBC Nottingham one as well?
Well, 2 for the price of 1, why not? I'm delighted to say we do now have some cakes on the premises, Dave, so next time you're off, do help yourself. Snater, around the wicket. Bowls, and Slater, not to be confused with Snater, plays it to Paul Walter at fairly wide mid-off come extra cover, and there is no run.
Now, are these from a generous benefactor, or are they from the club that have finally responded to all the hints?
I couldn't possibly comment. It's I think, an anonymous benefactor.
I'll square up with you then.
Not at all. Not at all. You're the guest. Snater's in. Bowls, and that ball goes through. There's a good delivery of that from Snater. Beats the batsman Slater there. Yes, interesting that when Porter came off, it would have been because the hint had been given that it had to be spin or nothing at that time before tea. But it's interesting that when it was all right to bowl the quicks again, it was Snater rather than Porter.
So I say 5 different bowlers in the first 7 overs.
Snater, who has that very good success at Trent Bridge once against Nottinghamshire about 3 years ago, bowls. Slater plays it down to mid-on, and there is no run there. It's Wesley Fields.
Was it 7 for 90 odd, I think, but it was a terrific effort.
Certainly was, because Essex is, at that time, Snater had sort of come from nowhere to take those wickets, and it was a fine effort. And Snater had a little spell 2 years ago where he had some tremendous returns. As here, the next one is driven very firmly into the covers, and Paul Walter Fields, and score remaining 35 for 1 all the time. Bear in mind that what this game is really about is whether Essex can dismiss Nottinghamshire once for less than 308 and be in a position to put them straight back in. Short of being able to do that, I think Notts will get the draw that would mean so much to them in the reasonable points they would get, and with likely further incursions through bad weather, there may not be that much time left in the game. In any case, as here Slater plays the ball into the offside, Walter Fields, and the over concludes. A good tight over, 35 for 1, a maiden no less, with 2 to McCann 24 to Slater, who took a particular liking to a Porter over in which he took 10 runs off it, waiting to go into the BBC Essex 4 o'clock news. And just looking at the situation here, another 273 are needed to save the follow-on for Nottinghamshire, and Cook had started his run-up but doesn't go through with it. Now he'll have a second attempt. Is in and bowls, and that ball is well stopped by Robin Dass under the helmet at that pad, and there is no run. They probably would have got a couple there. Just waiting for Cook to reach the top of his run-up again.
Paul Newton, the cricket not getting any programme. Yeah, cheers.
As we see Cook on his way again, into bowl to McCann, who's taken at slip there, but in fact it must have bounced just in front of Harmer. So for a moment I thought that had carried, but not so. But that's the second time Harmer has almost managed to pouch one. It's perhaps an indication that there's not a great deal of carry out there, though we did see quite a bit earlier on in the Essex innings. But
35 for 1.
Here is Cook on his way again around the wicket to the left-hander, Freddie McCann. Oh, and again a fine delivery that goes clean through the McCann defences and taken by Michael Pepper. So score remaining at 35 for 1, but this is a good over from Cook, and he's really challenging McCann. He's taken the outside edge, the first ball from the over, which didn't quite carry to Simon Harmer, but was close enough at first for me to think it might have done. And second ball just beating McCann all ends up. What will happen to the third? He bowls it now. That's better from McCann's point of view. It was another good ball, but he's kept it out, played it back to Cook, who is very hard to face in conditions like this that clearly favour the bowlers. And light, not the greatest. It'll be marginal as to whether the quicks can stay on. We had a slightly brighter period, so when they came back out they could bowl again, but it's not quite as bright now. Cook bowls, and McCann stabs the ball into the offside. There is no run, and certainly Cook in his element here at 35 for 1, and any moment now will just go into the 4 o'clock news. In fact, that moment has come, and just about to go. Stand by. Yes, indeed. The question, has anyone recorded 2 T20 Blast hundreds and 2 County Championship hundreds in the same season? Tell you someone who has. Michael Pepper, who's out there with the wicket-keeping gloves on now, but he scored 100 in consecutive games, 112 not out against Worcestershire, career best. Now another career best, 115 in that 457, to which Wesley contributed 122 and Harmer 51. It all means that Nottinghamshire will require 308 to save the possibility of a follow-on. They are 35 for 1 after 10 overs. The one to go, the captain Hasib Hamid, caught by Luke Benkenstein at backward point off a slash from the bowling of Sam Cook, who has a pretty good record against Nottinghamshire, and Hamid departed for 8. So 35 for 1 after 10 overs, replying to Essex's 457, which gave them 4 batting points.
There goes Slater to begin the 11th over of the innings, 35 for 1. Ben Slater is on strike and opens the face, just runs the ball away on an angle of 45 down towards third man. Couple of runs to the former Derbyshire man, 39 for 1. Oh, it had already gone up, 37 for 1. Slater's on his shirt number, 26. Freddie McCann is on 2. Slater sets off again. Shadows very evident all around him from the floodlights now. Bowls defensive block from Ben Slater.
Hello.
You back?
I'm back.
It's getting gloomy again out there.
Yeah, the shadows are pretty prominent, you just mentioned, and as Snater goes through his follow-through, right on the wicket, quite dark there. Wouldn't be surprised if the umpires come together soon.
Light has been the issue more than rain today, as Snater comes in past umpire Hartley, bowls a delivery on the stumps, turned up to mid-on by Ben Slater, but certainly the forecast this morning, I know things do tend to change very quickly in the meteorological world, but they did suggest that Essex would be underwater by 5 o'clock.
We need our kayaks to get back.
It remains to be seen whether that was factual or fiction. Let's hope it misses us, as Snater bowls a really good delivery, beats Ben Slater, all ends up, in fact goes there with the shoulder of the bat on its way through to Pepper. Remains 37 for 1. Essex made 457 centuries from Westley and Pepper. 3 wickets for Rob Lord and 3 for Farn Ahmed as well. While we were off for tea, England have named their tour party for Pakistan this winter.
Yeah, Paul and I discussed the squad just before tea, actually.
Next delivery is turned on the leg side, and there's no run. 37 for 1. I won't do that then. Where was I? Heard you the umpires are getting together. That might be it. Heard you discussing the ODIs against Australia. But,
yeah, and the squad for Pakistan was just announced maybe an over or two before we went for tea, and the umpires are now getting together. They put the light meter on the stumps.
It's gloomy. They've obviously got readings throughout all of yesterday and the first 2 sessions today, and Tom Westley is now being cast in the Asiba Mead role. That is by standing right by the umpires while they do their checks. But Ben Slater and Freddie McCann, they know the outcome already. They've heard them say we're going off, and we are indeed 37 for 1. And you know, to be fair to the umpires, they've got to stick to the regulations, but not only to be fair to them, to praise them, they've been absolutely spot on with the timing of when they've taken the players off in 2 or 3 or 4 instances in this game, because very often they've taken the players off, called the ground staff to bring the covers on, and almost literally 30 seconds or so later the rain has begun to fall. So maybe they've got this one spot on as well. Tom Westley's hanging about out there just like Hamid did when Notts were in the field. Clearly he wants to crack on with things, but not being allowed to. So that's going to be the end of the action for the time being. Freddie McCann with just a couple, Ben Slater with 26, Notts 37 for 1, replying to Essex's 4-5-7. We've got a huge chunk of cricket left in theory, 36.1 overs remain, but in order to get at least part of that in, we need the weather to improve. Floodlights are on, it's black overhead, hence the umpires have taken the players from the field. Bad light stops play once again here at Chelmsford. When they return to the middle, so will we.